We're going to have the default game rules. So let's get started with Hero Haesteinn here. Count Haesteinn has a few unique features. He starts with a good amount of gold, a lot of prestige, and he has a lot of special troops, although most of them are levies. And he also has two rivals, including the King of France. So let's first get a murder scheme started on this king. We'll redouble the guards to just reduce our own chance of dying. And I'm going to auto-invite agents. I probably won't succeed this, but it doesn't hurt to try. Next, I'll romance my wife for some prestige. And since we're asatru, in the decisions I could determine a personal deity, and I'll go for Uller, the god of war. For our lifestyle, Haesteinn starts off with a lot of martial perks. If I didn't have sappers, I would go for that. But since I do right now, then we'll go for learning focus, and I'll do theology since we're going to use a lot of piety. Then I'll go for theology since we're going to need a lot of piety. Haesteinn is also 52 years old, but he does have both healthy and whole of body. So he can usually live around 30 to maybe 40 years or longer. So I have about that much time to get what I want to do done. The first thing I'm actually going to do is I'm going to come to Ireland here and I'm going to attack this guy with a Varangian adventure. Let's raise everyone and then land right on him. And thanks to the sappers, our progress is really fast. Once I have won that war, I can now enforce demands. Part of the Varangian adventure is that you will adopt the feudal government. However, this text is actually wrong because you will actually adopt whatever the ruler's government is. So this guy is tribal. So actually, if I look at myself, we're already feudal. And if I enforce the demands, it even says here that we'll adopt feudalism. But if I check myself now, I'm actually tribal. The reason why I want tribal is tribal rulers use their prestige to create and raise men-at-arms. So since Hastings starts off with so much prestige, this is a really quick way for me to accomplish my first goal, which is I want 2,000 Varangian veterans. These guys are really strong heavy infantry, and they have a lot of pursuit. So with our starting prestige, I can already max one stack. I could even break this stack of light footmen, and I can almost max the second stack as well. Also, because we're Norse culture, we can also raise a runestone, which is only 50 gold for a good amount of prestige and piety. So it's very useful in the very beginning. I'm also going to take this second title here that I have, and I'm going to grant it to a noble of Norse culture. Now I'm going to go to my council, and the reason I did that is because if I look at my spy master, my current one doesn't really like us because she's Catholic, and the other ones here are mostly Catholic or also don't like us. So once I have this vassal, I can assign him as a spy master and he will immediately like me a lot. So this will really help me out with protecting myself against King Charles. I'm also going to go to my courtiers now, and I'll scroll down and I'll try to get a bodyguard if I have one, to help myself prevent assassination schemes. But we'll look for one later. I'm going to go over to this Baltic zone here. The reason why is I want to also finish the Forge the Jomsvikings decision. This requires that I be level 2 devotion and I have a county that's in the southern and eastern Baltic coast. If I click on the text, then it will actually highlight the area that is valid. So you'll see that it is good up to here. So let's attack this guy. And not for this one, but for this title, since that is actually within the zone. And now I'll raise everything. And instead of going right onto the castle, let's go to the forest here in case he has his men already waiting there. I also have enough prestige that I can just max out that other stack as well. So we already have 1,000 veterans on the way. All right, our scheme's exposed, but that's to be expected. All right, so his men are waiting over there. If I marched right now, I'll have a disembark penalty. So for which is a -30 penalty. Moving there is going to be 9 days. So I'm just going to wait until there's 8 days left on the penalty. And then once that's ready, I'm going to go attack him. And now I have a positive advantage because I don't have that -30 modifier. This will just help me preserve troops and also win the battle more readily. For my romance scheme, instead of making her a soulmate, I'll just give her a kiss since I plan to divorce her soon. All right, once I've won that, if there's a hostage, we'll take them. And to fulfill the decision, I just need level 2 devotion and some prestige and piety, which I'm going to get through some rating in a bit. First, let me go to my wife, and I'm actually going to divorce her. And then let me find a new spouse. I'm going to check off grand wedding. And we're going to look for someone with some inheritable traits. And there's my previous wife, which I found it to be a little glitchy if you try to remarry her. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to find a new one. I could get an alliance with Haesteinn here, but I don't like alliances because I don't want to be pulled into wars I don't want to fight. So let's look for someone with a decent amount of intrigue, if possible. Or a decent amount of stewardship. I like this girl with Herculean, so let's go for her. And I don't care about the legitimacy right now. We're going to get a lot as we go to war. And it's okay that we lose legitimacy right now. We're going to gain a lot back from all the wars we're going to wage. Right, so past a few days, once that marriage comes through, now I'm going to plan for the grand wedding. For the grand wedding options, the third option, I can increase it by 1 level, and this will give me some renown. And for the middle option, since I don't have many vassals, I'm going to save some gold there. I'm also going to seduce my betrothed so that we can become lovers. So I'll start this grand wedding, and that gives me a decent amount of prestige that I can actually already create another stack of veterans. And hosting the wedding will also give me some time for these veterans to replenish. Let me also station them before I forget. Okay, so I'm just going to focus on this wedding. All right, our goal with the wedding is to get 250 renown. So let's see if we get lucky. I'm just going to pick some neutral options here. And if we fail this, we're going to get critical stress. So let's not do that. All right, so we were pretty lucky that some of the events already gave us some renown. And the guaranteed renown is when you say I do, you get 75 renown here. So we're just short of 250, but that saves a lot of time in getting there. For the rest of the event, I'm just going to pick all the prestige. I do want a lot of children, so I'm going to use this lustful option to hopefully get a lot of children. Looks like we didn't really succeed that. So she has reduced fertility. All right, we also got a good amount of prestige from this wedding, so I can actually almost max out this stack as well. Everyone's also now replenished. So let's raise everyone as raiders. And now I'm going to go and fight the King of France. And I like to land on this temple just so he doesn't have his defensive advantage. Now his army might look bigger by a lot, but most of them are peasants, and armored footmen are definitely weaker than the veterans. So our little army of not even some, so our army of only 1,800 men will be able to take him out. And if he doesn't show up immediately, I'm just going to raid up to the coast. All right, I think he appeared for just a second. All right, there's his army. So we have a good amount of advantage, and you'll see that we easily destroy that army. That also gives us a good amount of prestige and piety. We also have just enough renown for a new dynasty perk. So I'm going to get the Sea Wolves perk. This will double the prestige and fame we get from battles. So we got this pretty early, and that will increase my prestige gain. I'll go for Carefree first just to reduce the stress. And let's actually chase this army because I want to destroy him completely. There he is. So let's just hang out over here. All right, so 1,600 men. You'll see we destroyed him again for a good amount of prestige. Let's also keep chasing him down over here. I'm afraid he'll disband if we don't chase him. It looks like my scheme was discovered, so I can't murder King Charles anymore. I'll get started on murdering the other guy. And here's the third battle. And that one's a stack wipe, so we got the most prestige there. So thanks to him, we already got 2,000 prestige. Let's now go for Wessex. And it looks like he's actually still busy. So he's probably going to be over here. So let's get our guys to maybe come to this city. And then his army should be right there, yep. So once he is free, I'm going to go and attack him if possible. Looks like we only caught that small army. I don't want to assist him, so I don't want to assist him, so I'm just going to wait in this city for when his battle's done. And then he's actually coming to me, which is perfect. So again, he thinks that he could win because of our small numbers, but we are just too good for him. And we actually stack wipe everyone there for a good amount of prestige. And same thing again, we stack wipe this one as well. Thanks to our good skills in martial, we are a good commander, and our veterans are just overpowered. So that's all the prestige I'll ever need. So let's go back home. And while I'm going back home, I'm going to just max out my veterans. I also have enough leftover resources. If I've removed myself as commander, there's the decision for forging the Vikings. So with this, there's a holy order for a Satru, but there's also a 1,500 stack of special troops that I get permanently as well. And most of them are men-at-arms. Also, don't forget to educate my children. I will educate them in diplomacy. All right, once I am home, if we can get the Jarldom of Mon, then we will. Looks like Ivar is pretty busy, so let's go for Mon. He's also in debt, so that will help us out. So we're going to raise everyone, and then we'll go for Mon. And now I'll go for his capital. All right, it's pretty quick. Let's not go that way for attrition. I don't want him to take over that title. Okay, looks like that battle ended, so he lost the titles there. So I gotta go grab Mon again. Or actually, Mon is already mine. I could just wait 3 months and then it'll be finished. Okay. And if there is a hostage, I'll take one. If not, we'll just grab that. I'll create the Jarldom of Mon, or I'll usurp it. Right, and that will give me all the ingredients I need to eat. And that will give me all the ingredients I need to elevate the Kingdom of Mon and the Isles. This will get me an army of 7,500 special troops, and I'll go back to being feudal. And I'll also get a massive amount of renown. And Legacy of Piracy lets me raid for 100 years, even though I will become feudal. While I'm conquering, I'll be able to naturally get enough prestige to get to the max level of fame, so I don't have to continue raiding or anything to finish that goal. Instead, let's actually work our way over to India. So I'm going to look at my priest and fabricate claim just to see how far my diplomatic range is. So I could attack the Byzantine Empire, or I could go for this little county here. So let's grab this guy's title. Let's raise everyone, and then let's go right to him. Let me also check to see if I can get a bodyguard. So I don't have any bodyguards now. So now that I'm done raising all of my veterans, I'll also start recruiting some champions. And hopefully I can get some good bodyguards. So these guys are poor, so I'll wait for someone that's a little bit better. For the lifestyle perks, we're going to work on going to apostate for the reduced faith conversion cost, and I'll go for profit for the reduced reformation cost. So when they come, I'll recruit them. All right, so we captured some people here. Since he only has one county, and I can actually ransom him for some money. Let's just pass some time until that prisoner's gone. And let's actually ransom everyone else that we have. All right, once that's ready, I'll take the title. And before I disband my guys, since I'm already here, I'm just going to turn everyone into raiders. But I do want the army to be a little smaller. We'll make it just our veterans. And let's remove myself from here and go to my Varangian veterans. And we're just going to go and raid the Pope a little bit. So I'm going to go over to this city. And he should come out. If not, that's fine. I'm just going to grab all of his gold. So this garrison's a little bigger than I expected. So let me bring some extra men so we could actually raid it. All right, looks like we're failing that scheme as well. And then we'll just get this as well. So I got the ill trait, but my health is fine, so I don't need to waste my gold on a physician right now. All right, once we got that easy gold, we'll come back home. And then I'll disband everyone. And let's continue making our way down to India. So again, checking with fabricate claim. Looks like it can only attack Egypt over here. So let me attack for the county of Cairo. And then let me get my rally point over to this point in Italy. And you'll notice that our gathering time is going to increase over time as our realm just gets more and more spread out. Let me check my knights. Okay, and then let me... Cool. So we have someone who's an average bodyguard, so we'll appoint him there. And I'll wait for another average one as well. All right, looks like our rival lost his county title, or at least one title. Unfortunately, he's not unlanded, so he still has a chance to be a problem for us. All right, easy victory there. And we're going to grab a hostage if possible. So there's all that legitimacy that we're getting back from marrying that lowborn wife. All right, with these extra titles that I have, I'm actually going to just give it all to my spy master. And I'll just give him everything except Mon. Let's continue further down. So I'll probably go for maybe this guy's title right over here. And let's get our guys over here in Cairo. So you can see that raising from here is going to take 5 months. Unfortunately, Ivar became a rival, so now we have more rivals to deal with. And I won't wait for the extra 2 months because time is of the essence. So once enough men have been gathered, I'm going to just stop gathering. At best, they were probably just gathering extra peasants, and I don't need those peasants. All right, unfortunately, scheme's not going too well here. All right, so we got this title as well. So let's grab a hostage. And then let's check our priest. So now we have access to Western India. I'm actually going to start a claim on Sasaram here because I do want Magda to be my capital, and it's perfect that Sasaram's right next to it. Before I head over here to India, if I scroll down to South Africa here, if I press Control S, that will show us the special buildings. There's actually some ports here, and these will provide a lot of gold. And Lamu in particular also provides diplomacy per level of devotion and stewardship per level of fame. So this will be Lamu will be one of my long-term holdings. And in general, these ports will be really good in helping us maintain the men-at-arms that we have. So I'm going to conquer all 4 of those before we head over to India. So let's do these battles at the same time, just to save on the time of raising our men. So raise everyone here. And then let's go over to this title. And I don't really care if my wife's cheating, so. And over here. Good work. And over here, we'll maybe go for this one. Looks like our scheme actually has a decent chance of succeeding. Also, while I'm waiting for that scheme to fire, maybe I'll just have her go on intrigue so it grows a little bit faster. All right, we won this title, so let's grab that. All right, great. So we got that title as well. All right, now these titles that are newly conquered have no control, so they don't give us any gold right now. So I'm going to go to my courtiers and I'm going to get a seneschal. And this will give us growth in our realm capital. But if I do the task, they'll normally only give control in the realm capital. But if we do the task, it'll also give us control in general. I'll also take my marshal if I have one. Maybe this guy over here is fine. And we're going to increase the control in these counties so that it can actually provide us some taxes. I'm also now in range of these 2 titles, so let's also go for the other 2 ports. And we'll raise everyone there. And I think my men are strong enough now that I can just put someone else as a commander. And in the meantime, I'll host a grand tournament for myself over here. We'll do archery because if I do participate, I'll get some bow experience. And the bow experience will give me some health. And that will hopefully let me live a little longer. For the options for the prizes, I'll just increase it 1 level since that will let us get the potential for illustrious artifacts. So let's get that tournament started. and I'm going to keep an eye on the battles here. For the options, I'm just going to go tourney grounds just to make sure I can qualify. So over here, we'll pick this one to increase our score. And once it appears again, we'll do the same thing if there is. So instead of paying for this guy, he's not even that good. No, I'll just leave him alone. All right, and for this one, I'll just pick whatever options is best for us winning. I don't need to have any of these here per se, because they're all worse than me. Actually, this guy's a little bit better, so let's sabotage him. All right, so our score is increasing. Let's do whatever we can increase. So we got caught for our other scheme. That's fine. Let's get started on the other scheme against Ivar. And we'll pick whatever is the best here. Right, cool, and I actually won, so that's great. So that also gives me a pretty good trinket. So we'll equip that for now. And I want to save all the artifacts I do get, since I'm going to use them for prestige later. Since I'm going to use them for piety later. Let me just check my schemes here. It looks like against Ivar, we have a decent chance. All right, we won this one, so let's go for the other title. And let's ransom people before we forget. All right. Actually, I can also ransom whoever I caught here. So let's ransom this guy. All right, once that ransom's done, I'm still winning. So then we can just grab him right back. Okay, so I have all the titles that I want. And I'm over my limit. So let's give it to my spy master. Let's give like this title here. Let's give this title here. So we're going to be at 6 for a little bit. I can also raise a runestone. So we do a conquest runestone, which is the first option. We can pick the Lamu here. Luckily, we can pick Lamu here. And the conquest runestone also increases control growth for a long time. So that's a very good use of our resources. All right, now I'm almost ready for India. All right, now let's continue our conquests. So I also want one of these counties here that if I press R for religion, I want the Azrakism county. So any one of these is fine. So I'll probably pick on this guy who's a little smaller. Although actually he's too far away. So let's just pick on this guy. And I need Bamper here. So let's grab that. Let's raise everyone and let's go for Bamper. While this war is happening, I'll actually see if I can host a hunt. So let's go host a hunt. And to make sure that it fires, I do need to have at least one other man coming to my hunt. So these champions, although they say they're going to be here, they're actually going to be raised in my army. So thankfully there's one foreign ruler here. So this hunt should fire. If you don't see any men here, then that means that this hunt won't fire. If you do have, and the reason is you need other people of the correct martial. But women would be fine as well if your culture allowed for women to be knights. So the only option I'll do here is I'll increase the chance. Let me actually first get a hunt master. So let's appoint this guy. And let's host a hunt. And for the intent, I'll go for Slay Beast. All right, and I'll also keep an eye on my conquest. For the option, I'll just go for the one with the most prestige. So good thing the hunt started. And since there's a free trinket here, I'll actually go for it if I can. And instead of laying with this woman here, let's just continue with our hunt. We'll pick whatever gives us the prestige. Same thing with this. All right, so we succeeded. So we got a trinket, so that's very useful. All right, and also got my claim ready for India. Okay, the murder Ivar scheme was exposed, unfortunately, but that's fine. Maybe I could just get someone here. Oh, give some prestige, maybe? That's a lot of gold. All right, so it's not worth my resources. All right, and we have time to come back to command the army. All right, Ivar's my nemesis, unfortunately. Let's just make sure we have 2 bodyguards. Okay, this guy is a terrible tennis now. Maybe I'll put my son. All right, someone's trying to murder me, but we already knew that. All right, and I won this war, so let's grab a hostage, and we get even more legitimacy. Okay, so the reason I want this title is so that when we do convert to it, it actually makes it a lot cheaper because the faith is present within my realm. And that stacks with the other discounts I have here. I'll convert to that in just a second. First, I'm going to attack for my claim here. Let me set my rally point, and we'll raise everyone. You can see now it's taking 8 months to arrive. So while that 8 months is happening, let's see if there's anything we can attend. So it looks like this grand tournament we can't. All right, so we'll just leave it alone. We'll come back to commanding our army. For the titles here, let's also give my spy master those extra titles. This scheme's also doing okay. Maybe I could be a little risky and I will have him support schemes for now. All right, here's another murder against me. To be expected. All right, my rival's imprisoned at least, so that's nice. All right. Once enough men have raised, let's just stop the gathering so we don't waste 3 months. Let me also see. Okay, and Ivar wants to go into a duel with us. However, he's got a lot more prowess than me, so I'm gonna have to just spend the prestige. All right, we won that war. And I did capture him. Let's see, he does give us 105 gold. But I don't want to waste that time, so let's actually just grab it from him. And same thing, I'll just give this title to my spy master. All right, so now that we're next to Magna here, you'll see that if I declare war, I can just invade kingdom, or I could just slowly conquer just Magda and everything. However, if I go now to Azrakism, I'm going to convert faith. And I like Azrakism because it has Warmonger, so that we could keep our conquest Casus Belli. It also has equal, so I can actually start giving titles out to my daughters. And because it's an organized faith, if we recheck Pala here, you'll see that we now have the option for a holy war. And the nice thing about holy wars is we'll personally get all of these titles, and we won't have to give them, and we don't have to vassalize any vassals. So let's grab the holy war for this title ASAP. And if I check my progress, I'm also almost at legendary figure, so that's going to help me out in just a second. Looks like my marriage also is not that fruitful, so let's actually divorce this girl. And then let's go for someone else. Now that we are Muslim, we do have some more options. So let me just check to see. It looks like she's a Republic vassal. I do need her to be my spouse, so I can't have her being a ruler. So let's see if there's other genius children. This girl's a little too old, so let's look for Herculean. That doesn't work out, so let's look for beautiful. Okay, so everyone's age is kind of bad. So let me just focus on not lowborn. All right, everyone's a underage person, so let's get rid of that. Let's instead then go for someone with the most intrigue. So it looks like it's this lady here. It does have an alliance that comes with it. Let me just see where this guy's at. I really don't like alliances, so let's go for someone else actually. Okay, looks like this girl's gonna have to be the best balance. She has an okay amount of intrigue, so let's get married to her. All right, so now that we're married, let's have her assist me in intrigue. And let me see if that's still the best spy master. It's actually someone else. So let's get this guy over to Marshall. That way we're still getting that control gain. And then for this guy, it looks like we can also demand his conversion so that he likes us a little more. And hopefully we can get rid of Ivar. Make sure I have both of my bodyguards. There is now a master assassin actually, because in Azrakism, we also have the Fedayeen tenet. So let's actually appoint someone here if possible. If you don't have anyone here, you can just hover over the title and it'll tell you the requirements. So we just need someone who has Fedayeen tenet. So let's go to our courtiers and maybe we could recruit this guy. And if I demand his conversion, he's now my faith and he's not employed currently, so he should show up. He's terrible, but I'll take anyone that I can get. Right. Well, we got that. Again, I don't care if she's cheating, just leave me alone. Okay, so the scheme here is growing pretty good. We should be able to get rid of him. All right, looks like we also got someone pregnant. Looks like that was my previous wife. So it says there's a problem here, but that's okay. Let's also keep inviting knights. All right, we do have another child. She's not that good, so let's just say scandal in waiting. All right, let's get the scheme phase length to go down. That way it can grow faster. All right, looks like we caught Ivor's scheme to murder us, so thankfully that's one murder scheme that has to wait another 10 years. All right, and our scheme is ready, so let's actually execute it immediately. So we were able to kill Ivar, although we did get caught, so we now have the murderer trait, but that's not a problem. So let's just say justice is served so I don't have to keep getting into a feud. Let's also see if we can murder some of our other rivals again. Okay, this one has a really bad chance, but we'll just keep trying. All right, so we got enough war score. So we're going to gain a lot of prestige. So we're going to gain a lot of legitimacy from that. All right, and now we have all the titles personally. So since we're Azrakism, what I'll do is I'm going to give my daughter here all the titles that are not the Duchy of Magda. The Duchy of Magda are these 4 titles here. So I'm going to give her everything else. Or actually, okay, now that I have all these titles here, what I'll actually do is I'm going to go grant it to someone who is an adult, who is female, and who's not currently a ruler. And we're going to look for the oldest lady possible. So we have one courtier here. That's our previous wife. We don't want that. This lady here is 43. So there's a low chance that she'll have any children. So let's just give one title to her. So she's now a noble. And then let's give her the other titles here. All right, this way, when she dies, these titles will go back to me. And I can always try to just murder her to get the titles back. All right, for now, I also want to do that for these 2 Magda titles. What I'll do is maybe I can find someone in the character finder who's not a ruler, who's an adult, female, and it can't be imprisoned. So let's look for the oldest woman possible that I can invite. Maybe I should have just done this for the other title. All right, everyone kind of dislikes us too much. I do have the option to elevate the Kingdom of Mon and not. I do have the option to elevate the Kingdom of Mon now, so I will do that. And this will let me become a king. So that increase my domain limit by 1, and this will now give me a court. So now I also have 7,500 special troops, so that's going to help us in our conquests and to keep our realm stable. I also got a lot more renown, so let's scroll down and go for blood, since I want a genetics program. The first one is really all we need for now. We're going to finish it off later. But right now I want to prioritize going for making a killing. This will get us gold from battles. And that makes it so that conquering is now profitable. Okay, so then let's go to our court and we'll go to court grandeur. And we're below the expected level anyways. So let's actually go for grand lodgings. This will also increase the acceptance of guests. So hopefully some of those ladies that said no are now going to say yes. So I'll increase those just to increase my grandeur. Let's check again to see who we can invite. Well, so this lady we can invite, but she does have children. So let's look for someone else who does not have children. All right, cool. So this lady's perfect. So I'm going to invite her to court. Let's pay for her to come. For the peasant factions, let me just see where they're at. So it's this sheikdom in Ireland here. Since I don't care about that county, I'm just going to save time by not going to war and I'll just lose some legitimacy. And although I lose some control, that's a county I plan to give away, so it doesn't matter. All right, so now that this lady is here, let's grant these titles to her. And I'll even grant her that title in Ireland over there. And then that way, when she dies, they'll just come to me. And since she's so old, she can't have any kids. So yeah, let's just hope this lady does the same thing too. All right, now that we've also elevated the kingdom of Mon, Mon is now our capital, and Mon also has a massive amount of development. I actually don't plan to keep that title. Instead, we're going to make our capital here in India. So let's make Magda our capital as soon as this penalty goes away. Let's go for the renown here. Okay, it really should go away because I have enough domain limit. I don't like it when it's like that. Okay, so here we'll just go for the prestige. All right, so now that the penalty is away, we can move our capital to Magda. Let me just, and because we are a king, we should have a few more positions that will help prevent our murder. So here we have a cupbearer who can have a chance to stop poison schemes and a food taster who can also stop poison schemes. So let's look for someone who likes us. So it looks like this lady over here is the most competent. She doesn't like us that much though. Let's try to demand a conversion of these two. All right, this guy likes us a little more, so let's appoint him. And for the assassin, let's appoint this one. All right. Let's also get some ransoms. Okay, cool. Let's also get the tax collector. And let's fill out the rest of our council. I will also have her promote our Norse culture here in the capital. And for here, we'll just have whoever. Okay. Actually, that also reminds me, oh wow, we have a lot of rivals now. Okay, maybe let's go for disrupt schemes. And redouble guards is still on. Okay, so life is kind of dangerous. All right. Well, this is the long shot, but let me try to sway this one guy. Maybe he can become our friend and then stop murdering us. All right, anyways, now that we have that settled, we're actually going to come down to Indonesia here. And we're going to go for all of these counties here that are the Javanese culture. I plan to hybridize with them. So let's first conquer one county here as a landing spot. When you do go for the conquest, it'll decrease the cultural acceptance. Yep, that's the wrong spot. Let's raise our point here in here. And I don't really need the peasants anymore. So let's just raise our men-at-arms. They should raise instantly. And then let's just raise our special troops. Right. I don't know why that food taster vacated. All right, so we need someone else to be a food taster. They need to just be a combatant, and it's based on intrigue. All right, so let's just look for someone who is available. So whoever's got the most intrigue that will be willing to come. All right, this guy's willing to come. Let's test him out. And then let's see if we can convert him. All right, he's converted. So let's get him to be our food taster. Thanks for volunteering. All right, and make sure my marshal's doing work. He is. The control is still pretty bad here, so that's why we're getting no gold. All right, and then we can continue for profit. Cool. One of the rivals died, so that's good for us. Just 4 more. Okay, we captured him, so we can actually get him to give us some gold. All right, let's grab that title. Okay, so we want to just grab one title at it. All right, so now that we have this landing spot, if we take a look at Javanese culture, every time you declare a war, you lose some cultural acceptance, but you only lose it on the declaration. When you win the war, you don't lose any more. So after you've won the war, you can actually grant the title to a local Javanese noble and you'll gain cultural acceptance. So what I'll do now is I'm going to declare all the wars for Javanese culture in succession, and then we're going to save the titles to give out to the one person so that we can quickly increase our acceptance. So this girl holds both titles personally, so we can actually go for a conquer title. Let me actually take a look at what's cheaper. Holy War is not too bad, so let's do that one. This guy doesn't also personally holds all 3 titles, so we can go for conquer, but again, I'll just save some resources there. Conquest here is decently cheap, so we'll do that one. All right, so all those wars are declared. So all of the loss is preloaded. So we're still at 0. And now I'm just going to win all the wars. Also, I should be stationing my guys. All right, raise men at arms and then raise all the special guys. All right, wait for these guys to raise. It's a little laggy maybe because we have so many wars. Cool, we have a coronation we can do later. All right, we won that one pretty quick. All right, King Charles has failed another murder scheme against us. So thankfully, we've survived another day. Well, we won this one. And then let's go over there. I just need to keep an eye on my supply because I don't want to lose those special troops to attrition. So let me actually split them up for now, and then let's have them eat a little bit. So I'll wait until it's maybe like 100 again. All right, that should be enough supply for the rest of the wars. All right, I've also failed my scheme against him, but that's fine. Let's start a scheme against our other rivals. Wow, we've increased our rivals. Thankfully, though, the adventurer ones are not that dangerous. So I definitely want to prioritize the ones that are landed. I can't use this for one more year still. All right, maybe let's try to get one of these guys first. The chance isn't too bad, so hopefully we can succeed there. All right. All right, this rival also wants to fight us, but we can't defeat him. All right, another guy is a rival. All right, let's also seduce my wife. Nope, she's not attracted to men. Keep going for profit. All right, there's a war against us for Bihar. We do want the kingdom of Bihar, so I do need to win this war. Now that we're done with all those wars, we can go back home. While those wars are going on, what I'll do is, now that I have everything that's Japanese, our acceptance is at 0. So let's just grab this first one and we'll give it to a Japanese noble. And you'll see that our acceptance is now increasing. And I'll just be lazy and I'll just give everything to him. And that will increase it by 13.5%. And I need 5 more percent. So I can actually create 2 duchy titles. And you can also give those to him as well. And that would give it all the way to almost 20%. So I could probably wait that one. So I'll actually take off my steward and we'll promote acceptance. And it'll take 2 years. Let's try to shorten it down to 1. So let's maybe get someone better, like this guy. Before I fire her, since she's powerful, let's have her swap with someone here. And then we can fire this guy who's not powerful. All right, so that is a little bit better. All right, let's focus on this holy war. And also my marshal's done with one of the ports, so let's get him to finish the other ports. Our seneschal is good there. We still have our bodyguards and the cupbearers. This scheme's almost maxed out, so that's good. This guy is primarily attacking here. He's a conqueror. His capital is over there. Maybe I can make a quick pit stop before heading home. There's his armies going up there. All right, another one trying to murder me, but I knew that. Well, one rival died, so that's good. All right, we already got half. Let me see if the enforced demands. He gives us 500 gold, which is not that bad. So let's actually spend the time to just grab it. Let's come to our home here. Looks like I got a mental break. We'll just bite our lips for now. And also let me ransom some people. Actually, our guys are starting to starve, so I don't want that. Oh, but I did ransom away the guy needed. Oops. That's okay. Yeah, 10% attrition is not good. So let's split our guys and let them eat. Once we're at 100, then I'll combine again. All right, let's combine our guys. And then we can probably take this guy out. He's far from his friends. All right, easy stack wipe. Now we're defending and they're going to trickle into their death. All right. So let's now finish off this conquest. All right, we do need one more maybe. Let's go for this one right here. Okay, so we won that. And I'll grab a hostage for now. All right, so thanks. That's a good amount of gold. Okay, so now I should be able to, yep, I can form a hybrid culture of Javanese. And the reason I like Javanese is because we need Austronesian in order to adopt the Mandala government, and Javanese in particular. And Javanese in particular because of the Indonesian, because of the cultures down here, it also has mystical ancestors. This will give us renown when we grant titles to our house members. So this will let me farm renown pretty easily. So let's hybridize and keep whatever language you want. I'm going to go for bellicose because we're going to do a lot of wars. I'm going to keep bellicose because we're going to do a lot of conquests. For traditions, let's definitely keep mystical ancestors. I like coastal warriors for the Varangian veterans. And then we'll actually just keep northern stories just for the legend spread chance, and so our guardians are better. Some other options that are pretty good is you can go for esoteric power. This will give you more piety and legitimacy from Mandala rituals, and Mandala rulers need a lot of legitimacy. Or you could go hydraulic builders. The water management building is pretty good too. But we'll just go for these. And I'm also going to keep malleable invaders because I plan to hybridize one more time later. I'm going to leave one unselected. That way I can add another tenant. For the aesthetics, it's totally up to you. I'm just going to keep things mostly Norse. All right, so now that we have hybridized, I technically don't need these counties anymore, but they're going to be paying me a bit of taxes, so I'll leave them for now. And for the 5th tradition, I'll probably go into social for xenophilic. This is so that we get some different culture opinion and also cultural acceptance. I will need a lot of prestige for this, but I won't make that a priority for now. But it's not a priority right now. Okay, let's ransom some people. This is a pretty big ransom there. Right, and then for people who can get married, let's see if they can get started with the Gen X program. So again, I don't want unnecessary alliances. This one's okay because she's just a Republic vassal, so she won't have any wars. Let's get our daughter married, but make sure it's matrilineal. All right, let's get her married here. Or actually, that's an alliance that I didn't want. Whoops. Okay, hopefully he does not bother me. All right. We also want for our innovations, I'll go for onager so that future wars can progress faster as well. All right, and then my next goal is just to stabilize my inheritance. So right now my titles are going to be splitting out. So I'm going to need some prestige to get feudal elective on 2, maybe 3 titles. And I also want to work on getting the Empire of Persia here. So I'm going to need to conquer a couple of people. All right, also wants me to get crowned, so I'll have to do that later. Cool. Yeah, once this lady dies, we'll inherit everything. Same thing with this lady here. All right, let's just work on these kingdoms here. So we're going to just declare war here. It's going to cost a lot of resources, but that's okay here. Raise everyone. And it's taking 9 months because everyone's so separated. So let's stop gathering once we have enough. All right, so now that we have the profit perk, I'm finished with the learning tree. So let's go to the intrigue tree just to protect ourselves. So we're going to go for skullduggery, and then we'll try to do a job done right just so we can kill all of our rivals. Actually, this one scheme is already ready, so let's try to fire this one off. Cool, we killed someone, although we did get caught. That's okay. Let's work on someone else. All right, that's not too bad, although they won't join us more. Although the chance is kind of low here. All right, let's go back to promoting our culture in our capital. Now that our hybridization is complete. All right, let me see if I could just attack him for the win. All right, got one title there. So we can usurp the kingdom from him. And then we can also attack for these guys. We only own 18 still. That's not bad. 15, 13. Okay, so for those extra titles we just got, we can now give it to our children. Somehow it became clan somehow. Probably because I elevated the Kingdom of Man as a Muslim faith. That's okay. We can give her all those titles in the kingdom, and now we're going to gain renown. Let's take a look at our legacies. Close. I don't mind being clan actually, because if we can get our unity to antagonistic, then we'll have unlimited invasion casus bellies. All right, looks like this girl's losing the peasant faction, which we don't want her to lose her titles to peasants. So let's definitely actually help her out. Let's raise our men. Probably just our men at arms actually. All right, easy victory there. All right, let's do a couple of wars here. Holy wars are a little cheaper for me at the moment. And maybe we could also just war against this guy. He's got a couple of duchies, so when we do convert to Buddhism, we do get one subjugation in our life, so we can take him over for 13 counties. So I'm going to save him for last. And then let's instead go for this guy here who is almost just one duchy. So our enemies are not that strong, so maybe we can just make do with our men-at-arms. All right, we lost one bodyguard, so and our spy master, so definitely make sure we have these people set. Let's make sure we have our bodyguards. This guy's poor, but that's okay. He's Catholic, so let's demand his conversion. And we also have the first perk there. All right, I guess I'll just go rakish. Right, so we won that duchy. Okay. Now let's get this daughter married. And let's also give these titles to her. I have some extra titles here, so I'll just give those to her as well. And it's funny because for some reason she became a Wanua ruler, maybe because our culture is Austronesian, right? But yeah, all sorts of different governments here. All right. And we do have some extra titles. Looks like we have Ireland here. So let me give it to this marshal. Okay. All right. And he doesn't provide damage taxes or levies, but he is taking up some of my time in terms of when I do want to raise, I want to make sure my realm is as close to India as possible. So eventually I do need to give away the Kingdom of Mon, but for now I have to keep it since that's the only county of our culture. But I will just give this guy independence. That way the only title that is in Europe is Mon, and everything else that I own is over here in India or South Africa. So here is my territory. In fact, I'm out of range for Byzantium here, but I'm satisfied with that. Checking my progress here. I need 25 more titles. This guy has 13, so I just need 12 more. This guy has 11. Unfortunately, I can't do another big one, so we're just going to have to slowly conquer. Let's replace our marshal. We also have 3 more titles somewhere. Ah, the Magda. So that lady died. So now for Magda, let's continue kicking the can down the road. Let's look for someone who is old and has no children. This lady does have children, so that's not the one I want. And this girl's almost dead. But that's okay. We have enough time, right? So our income can actually return a bit to normal. Control growth is still working. All right, let's work on this war here. So we'll just go for whatever duchy we can. All right, that duchy has more titles there. I think that's 5. I need 7 more. So I can grab this one as well. And maybe this one. It's a little too far. Or what about this one? Oh, okay, so we'll do those first. In terms of strength, they're both too weak, so let's just use our men-at-arms. All right, cool. And one of our rivals died. So that's good for us. One of many. Actually, let's also use Count Hastings' host because these guys are going to stand down on succession. So let's make sure they are put to use before they disappear. And another rival dies. Thank you. Yeah, we got that county there. All right, our master assassin disappeared, so we're gonna have to find someone else. It's like this lady, or actually, it's gotta be a man. Okay. Cool, he's excellent. All right, we need someone else here. All right, so this peasant faction, let's see where she is at. She's in Magda, so I do need the control here, so let's defeat this peasant uprising. And let's come back home to defeat them. Somehow we lost. And unfortunately, the control went back down to 0. Anyways. Okay. Cool. All right, so checking our progress, we own 32, so I need 17 more. This guy still has 13. So we're probably going to have to tag this guy. All right, everything's pretty bad option here. That's only 2. This is also 2. Okay, so we'll have to do those wars. Let me get a tax collector. And let me fix my domain limit. So let's continue giving our children. Let me see the subjects. Looks like they're all Wanuan. Okay. I don't want Wanuan. I want, at least clan or feudal. So let's give this daughter the other titles. All right, good amount of renown. Cool. So we got enough for another legacy. So we're going to go practice kidnappers. We're going to get more ransoms and more likely to get prisoners. So that should make the wars go by faster as well. All right, so let's go Holy War for this one. And we'll also go for Holy War for this Duchy of 2. So that's all the titles we're going to need. And both their armies are pretty bad. So probably still use just our men-at-arms and Hastings host. Perk-wise, we can go for Swift Execution now. So this one's actually basically ready. All right. This was exposed, that's fine. We can get rid of him there. Looks like he didn't die, even though that was a really high chance. Let's start murdering the other guys. All right, go on this one. Let's go for the other one. All right, it's funny because we have an army of 3,000, but they're running away with their armies of 8,000. All right, this guy died, so let's murder someone else. Yeah, even this army of 5,000 scared of us because we have all men at arms basically. And maybe just this one title and then we're going to win. All right, the Yams Vikings unfortunately are gone. That's okay. All right, cool. So we got those titles there. Let's give it to this daughter again. I am going to need a new wife because I want more children. I don't have enough to divorce her for now. All right, so I have just 13 more. I'm going to get the last 13 from this guy who is 13 counties. So what I'll do now is I'm going to raid a bit for some more prestige. I need 4,500 for 3 duchies worth. So let's come back over here to Europe. And this will even give me a chance to maybe like raid this guy's holdings and see if I can capture him. So let's raise just our men at arms. We'll do ourselves. We are far away from this area, so it'll take a long time to gather, but that's okay. And let's also not forget to ransom people. All right, and you can see our income is getting really nice right now because these ports are finally kicking in. So we just need to make sure we keep increasing our control here. So let's maybe work on the other port. Seneschal still doing work. All right, and then maybe France will come fight us. Actually, they're busy fighting a war up there, so that's the perfect time to get prestige. Let me just try to attack this guy's holdings a couple of times to see if I can capture him. All right, there's that army, so let's go try to fight it. And it doesn't even matter if we take attrition because I just want the battle. All right, I don't want this guy joining me because, okay, he joined me at the last second, unfortunately, so I probably, oh, okay, I still got prestige, but sometimes I'll just go into war score. So I don't want that to happen. We're going to look for the guy. There he is. We're going to turn off all these raids, so we have 6 months to chase him. All right, this one, let's execute him. All right, we killed him, but we got caught, but that's fine. Still can't murder this guy, though. All right, so a good amount of prestige there. I do have more here, so let's go Court of Shadows, since I can't murder that count for a while. And then we're going to change our Spy Master, or he's already disrupt schemes. So that will just give us a chance to survive against him. And I just need a bit more prestige, so let's see if Wessex is ready for us. Let's raid his capital. All right, this title. Looks like we inherited this title again. So finally that lady died, and we got all these titles back. And there's this one person who's still a Satru. Let's change our law to limited crown authority, and then this way I should be able to revoke this temple from her. Although these people won't agree, so I'll revoke that once we are finished with this raid. And again, don't forget to ransom people. Right, Alfred tried his best, but he couldn't beat us. And that was a little bit of prestige. I wonder if he's going to come back. He is. So let's wait for him maybe in the forest here. So we'll get the most defender advantage. All right. Cool. So we stack wiped him. All right, we're almost there. Let's see who else is strong. All right, this guy has some men. So let's drop off the loot and then let's go and attack Alba. All right, looks like I'll have to visit the brothel. Cool. So I immediately was able to fight a pretty big battle. Good amount of prestige. So we're almost there. Let's chase this guy. Actually, he's probably going to have to come here. Yeah, he's conquering this. So he's going to come over here. So we'll just raid a little bit and wait for his guys. All right, there's an army there that we'll take out. And here's the army here. All right, gotta become enemies again with Alba. So there we go. Now I can attack him again. I'm not sure where these guys are going. All right. Oh, there they are. Finally. All right, let's replenish because we do need more men. Let me see. That's almost enough. So I will spend that gold for another rune. For the extra titles, let's give it to that one daughter. Okay. Right, excellent. And then let's... Oh, I can't revoke that title anymore. That's okay. I forgot about that. Okay. Just need a little more prestige. Maybe let's host a hunt. All right, this time I didn't get one. Okay, somehow I'm okay now. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Okay, so I was going to add elective succession to these titles, but because I forgot that I am not feudal, I can't add feudal elective. Because for some reason, because I became clan. So we'll just continue. Anyways, so now I'm ready to make my final faith. So I will first convert to a different Islam faith called Karmatianism. This has aniconism, and this will let me destroy artifacts for piety. So let's convert to this. And so all those artifacts that I was saving, we're going to destroy them for about 8,000 piety. Let me get started in my court first, actually. This one is Hindu faith, so I'm not going to need that, so we'll destroy it. This one's not that worthwhile, so we'll just destroy it. Here, we definitely want our dynasty and house banner at least for flavor. Looks like I lost the house banner somehow. Let's destroy these other ones since we can't use them. And that's all the artifacts that I have. So now we gotta start destroying the ones in my pocket. So I'll destroy these brooches for a good amount of piety. And I'll even destroy this crown. So 9,000 should be enough. So I could probably save these. If not, I can always convert back to this faith. So for my final faith, I'm going to be a Buddhist faith. I'm going to personally pick Ari for two reasons. One is that in the crime doctrines, everything's accepted, and most of the other doctrines are favorable for me anyways. The second is that in the holy sites, one of their holy sites gives martial per level of devotion, and as a Mandala ruler, we're going to have a massive amount of devotion, so stacking anything that gives per level of devotion is very useful. This one also gives lifestyle experience and a little bit of stewardship. Some other faiths that are good can be Theravada, which also gives martial per devotion, but domain taxes instead. There's Nanchos here for also stewardship per level of devotion and lifestyle experience, and some stats. There's Vajrayana, which gives learning per level of devotion, although learning is actually not part of the 4 tests as a Mandala ruler. So this one's not as good. And there's also a Hindu faith, which is the Advaita Vedanta. This gives stewardship and learning per level of devotion. Personally, I'm going to go for Ari here. So let's convert to this faith. And then we're going to create a custom faith. I'm going to do equal because I like equal. We'll do fundamentalist so I can revoke from hostile and evil. I'm going to need temporal revocable clergy. We can do either gender. I'm going to go for control growth. And I'll do sky burials for disease resistance. And then in this way, we can now make clerical tradition lay clergy. And we can make ourselves the head of faith. I'm going to make pilgrimages mandatory. And for here, we're going to do unrestricted since that's required for a genetics program. I like legitimization. And I'm just going to make witchcraft virtuous. For the tenets, because we're greedy, I like to have communion, so everyone has to pay me gold. We're going to go for warmonger because we're going to have a lot of wars. And for the last one, there's a couple of options that I could do. We can go for cranial trophies, so you can get an artifact from killing people, and it gives you some prowess and advantage. There's a fun one for Buddhist faiths. You can have extinction of Dharma, which makes it so other Buddhist faiths are evil. That means that we can actually declare holy wars on them, and it'll let you destroy artifacts, and you get this cool claim the mantle Maitreya decision. This decision gives you a lot of special troops, which are mainly peasants, but it's still cool nonetheless. And also this interesting modifier. Otherwise, you can also go for human sacrifice, which gives you more piety for executions. There's pursuit of knowledge, which makes another virtue easily, which makes learning focus, which makes the learning education a virtue, and it increases learning lifestyle experience. Or you could go for ritual cannibalism, which cannibal is pretty easy to get, so this is a nice double virtue. I think it might be fun if we play Extinction of Dharma, since we are Haesteinn and we are greedy and we want the entire world to bend to our knees. So we're going to have those as our tenets. So that's going to cost about 8,000 piety. So let's create our new faith. All right, and you can see that that person's capital changed, but ours didn't. We can try the trick of if we convert to whatever faith this is, there's a chance that we can instantly convert back. Although I don't have enough piety, So maybe we gotta destroy something else. So that might not be enough. All right, I'll do that later. For now, let's get someone to help convert our capital. All right. And now I can adopt Mandala government thanks to being Austronesian heritage, but I'm going to wait until I get all of India, since when you become Mandala, it's going to be a little harder to stabilize our succession until we get things built up for our heirs. So now the reason I converted right before I finished Empire is because since we are now Buddhist, if we take a look at this guy, there's a new casus belli of subjugating this guy. So we're going to take over his entire realm, even though I've already used up the Holy War for kingdom and also used up for and also used the conquest for kingdom casus belli. So we can subjugate this entire guy and that'll be enough titles for us to create that empire. So let's go grab our empire here. And let me see if we can murder this guy. Not yet. All right, my rival died. So finally we are free of rivals, thankfully. All right, and we also finished his subjugation. Cool. And here's the other fun thing. Because he's Buddhist, he's actually evil, so we can revoke his title once we're ready. So let's actually first create that kingdom title or empire title. So now I'm an emperor, and now my succession should be stable where even if my kingdom titles go to my other children, my main heir will have all of these nice ports and also Magda and Mon. Let me ransom some people. Okay, and then we'll just spend some time to clean up our internal borders. So I'm just going to revoke from some of these vassals who don't like us. This guy's Hindu, so he's only a stray, unfortunately. So we can only revoke from someone who's Buddhist. Okay, they're all ineligible, except that one guy. Oh, there's this one here too. Okay, if she declines, then a lot of people will join, so that's perfect for me. So let me just raise my men-at-arms and my host, and then I will revoke from her since she's Buddhist, so this is acceptable. And now that she declines, we're able to go to war against all those vassals. Okay, she died, so I inherited everything from her. Gonna have to look for a new target. All right, maybe from this guy. Or actually, though, they rebelled, so we can try it again on them. Let's revoke everything from everyone that we can. Since they rebelled, but it failed, we have a just reason, so we could just revoke from everyone. With my daughter, let's just negotiate alliances, just so they don't rebel. There's this guy too. Have a truce with him. All right, we'll deal with that as it comes up. All right, looks like my daughter wants to seduce me. But okay, sure. We have some more perks here. Our health is now poor, but our realm is stable for our heirs to finish the job. All right, we got that one too. Okay. Okay, so we can revoke titles from these guys. Let's check in my factions for who else we can revoke from. Okay, and then we'll give all those extra titles. It looks like I got another son. So looks like he is able to grab these titles, which is fine with me. So I can just preemptively give him those titles anyways. All right, cool. And then up here, we can just give those maybe to my daughter. All right, cool. So succession is still just giving out the kingdom titles, which is fine with me. All right, looks like I got lay with my daughter. All right, very hasting of him to be lustful after his daughter. Okay, and then we'll give this kingdom area to this daughter. And we still have some extra titles, which is the rest of these temples. So let's give it out to a local noble. That way we gain some of that cultural acceptance. All right, we're one title over, which isn't that much. So I think it's okay to leave it there. Since our rivals are basically gone, let's get our spouse going to manage domain. So now our taxes are maximized. And looks like I have one more guy maybe I can revoke from. This guy I have a truce with, so let's get started on a murder scheme since we're pretty competent. All right, cool. So we also got that one. This murder scheme's basically ready already, so let's get rid of him. All right, they found out, but that's fine. Now that he's dead, we don't have a truce of this guy, so let's revoke from him. He might even accept. Great. And then let's revoke from these other guys. Let's just get our men ready since it seems like they're gonna decline. And I think this guy's also is Hindu, so it's not just cause. This guy's Buddhist, so that's fine. All right, we'll just take the legitimacy and tyranny hit. And then here's also a peasant faction, so we'll get rid of that as well. And I got bloody flux, so I'm going to die. But that's okay because I do have succession ready. So we're okay with dying right now. Although, okay, my daughter's fine at least. I'm just going to give the title out to whoever's correct. So it looks like all the Bengal titles we can give to her. We can even give her her inheritance early. That way we get some renown. No, unfortunately becomes, I shouldn't have given to her, so I can't revoke from him. Whoops. All right, I did lose bloody flux, so that's good for me. My wife died, so let's look for a new high stewardship one. We'll just go for whomever. All right, I'll be dead in a year, but that's fine, I'm ready. Can't revoke from him, so he's my rival. Doesn't have that much gold. All right, I guess we'll just get rid of him. All right, this guy we can revoke. So that's this daughter. So let's give her that, and let's give her the kingdom title to get that renown. And then for this son, we're going to give Mon away. So let's just give him Mon preemptively to gain that renown. We get some stress, but it's fine. We're going to die soon. Okay, and we do have enough dynasty legacies. Now we could go for making a killing. So now all of our battles are going to give us gold. So let's see if we can make an example before we die. Actually, there's a peasant revolt here as well. Let's protect her from it. Is there anyone else I want to murder? Not really. Let's check my son. He has no relationships. That's fine. Just making sure my children don't have any rivals. All right, so I will try to kill this girl. And this guy's in my prison. I'll just execute him. Or actually, his family will hate us. He's my rival, so let's just get the gold. Before I die, we'll just ransom everyone we can. Okay. Oh, also, I didn't notice I can't create the head of faith title. I also didn't notice I wasn't immediately the head of faith, but now I can create that title. So now we are the Lama. All right, so Count Haesteinn has died. So what he has accomplished is he has become the emperor of Persia, and he was the head of our Buddhist faith here. So now everything is passed on to our son, and our mission is to become the Chakravarti of India. To do Chakravarti, we need to completely control all three Indian empires. So we need to control these three here, and it shouldn't be that bad. Thanks to having so much stewardship and also those ports, we have a lot of money, so we can still maintain this army. Some of those wars got canceled though, so we just need to finish off this peasant faction, who a lot of them are down here. Let's send our men-at-arms down there. Don't really have a good commander though. Let's see if we can invite someone. Not ruler. Built. This guy's gonna die soon, unfortunately. Alright, this guy's willing to come. Alright, and then we'll see if we can convert him. Doesn't really like that, so maybe I could bribe him a bit. We're actually generous, so we lose some stress. Alright, he refused, but that's fine. He will command our armies. Also, for myself, what I'll do is I will go for... We are okay in health. I'm not sure why it's going to my sister, but that's fine with me as well. But, okay, health-wise, we might not have too much time. But let me just go for a marshal anyways. Let's see, control-wise. The control here is pretty bad, so let's go for authority to increase our control. All right, he's coming in here. All right, so our first war. All right, so we stack wipe that guy and we got a good amount of gold for that. So wars are going to be profitable. All right, we got a son who's now my heir. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with inheritance, but I don't mind that it's just primogeniture. For him, let's make him a martial education because he's going to conquer a lot. Right, another stack wipe, that's 200 gold. And then here, another 153 gold. So we killed all those peasants and we got a lot of gold. Thank you. Okay. Let's also continue converting the realm. This girl's just the city owner. Let's replace her. This guy's my spy master. This guy is a city owner, so let's take him out. Same thing with this guy. Just going to clean up all my vassals who don't like us. Or let me sort it here. Okay. Negotiate some alliances with our siblings. And then let's give the extra city titles out. Again, I'm giving out to local nobles so we get that cultural acceptance. Great. All right, we're generous and improvident. Well, that's not good for our taxes. But it should be better once they replenish. Let's destroy this stack of pigs because we don't need them. And in the meantime, let me host a coronation. And afterwards, I'll host a pilgrimage. Let's get crowned over here. I need an artifact. So then I need an antiquarian. I need her to give me, let's say, a crown. And royal court. Okay. Court event. All right, whatever. So in the meantime, let's go on a pilgrimage. One of the holy sites is right next to us, so that's going to be really quick. All right, we're back here at the pilgrimage. All right, that's finished. Let's finish off those ransoms that somehow crashed the game. And let's fix our court. This one's almost done. All right, so now we're going to work on conquering all of these titles in India. I should probably prioritize the king titles. That way everyone else, there's a slight chance sometimes that you could vassalize them. Like if this guy wasn't a king, then sometimes it could be a little faster to vassalize him. All right, so once per lifetime, we can subjugate and we can also invade as long as we have enough prestige. And the other thing to do is for claimants, we can also invite claimants. Like this lady here, we can just invite her. Okay, wait. Okay, so okay. So for expanding our realm to conquer all of India, we have three options. We can invade kingdom if we get exalted among men. We can also use one subjugation if we have exalted on men. I'll usually save this for the biggest ruler so that we can just grab a bunch of titles. The other nice thing about India is everyone has tons of children. So there's a lot of claimants for like this kingdom title. So like we can just invite whoever is not landed. Like this lady here, we can just invite her. And once she is here, then we can convert her, which she won't convert because she's cynical. But anyways, just to show an example, we can now press her claim, and this will grab the entire kingdom title that he owns, including all his vassals and extra titles. So it's very easy to conquer the rest of India as long as you're able to invite these courtiers. It just needs a lot of prestige. So thanks to our legacy of piracy, to prep myself, I could first get to exalted among men. Let me actually revisit Europe over here. And we're just gonna raid people for battles. Like these guys here. You could even raid these Indian enemies first, although their armies are not that big, so you don't get that much prestige. But you can raid them to make them weak and then attack them immediately for their titles. You could even attack the Abbasids over here. They have an okay amount of men. The only problem is these moves. The only danger is that these men here counter heavy infantry, so they actually counter our Varangian. They actually counter our Varangian veterans. So let's just raise our men-at-arms. And then we'll go for France. And this earthquake is just killing everyone. All right, and then if there's any beneficial ones, then maybe I'll promote. Like this one gives 10 vassal opinions, so I'll pay the gold for that. This gives a little piety, and this one gives renown, so we'll pay for these two. Do have a perk, so the first one I'll go for is Bellum Justum, just to reduce our casus belli cost. And then we'll do my health so we can last long. Looks like this guy's busy, so he's helping a tyranny war, so we actually can't fight his army right now. Things are going really weird here, so let's go for Alba. Not sure where he is. Ah, there's his army, so let's hang out here. Or he's going to be defending in Taiga, so let's go to our own Taiga. Now we're defending. Cool. And for this banner, we can keep this one, but if I had extra ones and I need piety, I can actually just destroy this for a decent amount of piety. All right, so that was a decent amount of gold, a decent amount of prestige. We needed to kill more men, so let's actually chase him. There's another army there. I don't want to help him, so let's wait here a little bit. Once his war is done, let's go destroy him. All right, so that one's done. Let's see if we can catch this guy. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going off for a war. Yep, looks like he's helping an ally. France is busy again. Okay, maybe this conqueror will fight with me. So let's maybe go for... maybe this holding here. We may or may not lose this one. Not sure if he's coming out. He might be raiding himself. No, he's traveling. There's someone. Oh, and my crown's finished, so let's coronate ourselves. I don't have regalia. Oh, I thought a crown would be okay. Guess not. 2 more years until I can go. Alright, looks like no one wants to fight us. Maybe Poland? For Marshall, let's continue going for sappers. And technology, onager's still going to take a while. So my guy's done with developing, so let's start developing the growth here. And now Magda is also Javanese. Oh, here's his army. Okay, even if we lose this, I'm cool with that. Because that means we can always come back to fight them. Once they're ready, let's go home. This is going to raise a runestone though, so I can have the legitimacy. Let's ransom the people we got. And you know the Pope never fails me, so once they are ready, we will raise them to fight the Pope. Okay, we also have enough piety to found a holy order. So let's make sure that it's the city in Magda. Cool. Now there is also a holy order that we can hire as needed. All right, yeah, thank you, Pope, for always being reliable. There's an okay amount of prestige there. This guy's attacking there. It's kind of deep. All right, maybe it was better to fight in India. I don't know if I could take out the Abbasids, but we could try it out. So let's attack him over here. All right, we're stressed, but I guess we can smoke weed. Actually, or it's already rated. No, he already won, so okay. Well, we'll just hang out here until he wants to fight us. A tiny army. We'll just take the gold we can get. There's another. Gold is gold. I'm not going to complain. This guy won't come out even though we're much smaller than him. All right, let's go home and then we will, or let's I think home is over here. And then we'll raid some guys near India. Here is a expansion of our holy order. All right. 4,000 more prestige for Exalted Among Men. Actually, is China big? Nope. China exploded. Japan? Try to attack Japan. How long will it take to get there? 6 months. All right, let's make a pit stop here first. My health is already poor, so maybe we can have our son take over instead. So I'll just, I guess, raid a bit for gold. All right, there's a good amount of gold. This guy's pretty big. While they're raiding, let's host a hunt. Also, make a commission, a regalia. And let's host a hunt. All right, we failed, but that's okay. All right, we got a big gift. Guess we can just destroy it for money. All right, a legendary mace, sure. Then we'll ransom people. Title-wise, only one title is going to be lost, so that's actually pretty good for us. Although I do have another kid on the way. This person wants us to marry her, so why not? Ah, he's busy with a war. That's why I was like, where did he go? All right, let's look for him up there. Or another son, so what else do we lose? Looks like we don't lose anything else on succession. That's cool with me. Cool. We can maybe even change our ways to lose Improvident. Although that will gain a lot of stress. Irritable's not bad. Although I don't want high blood pressure, so let's go smoke some weed. All right, cool. So we want that one. Not as much as I'd hope. We go. A little bit more. I wonder where they're going. Oh, we got a mace. All right, and then we can continue chasing this guy. Okay. And let's keep chasing him for that prestige. Cool. All right, so that's as much as we can farm from him. Still 2,000 more. Our health is still poor, so we're going to die anytime now. Still 1,700 more. Let's host a coronation, I guess, for now. Cool, and she gave us a free dagger, so sure. Now, the Magnificence doesn't really give that much in legitimacy and prestige, so it's okay if we don't piss people off. Wow. Okay, a lot of legitimacy and stress loss there. All right, another sun. All right, we can pledge that to the Empire title. All right, let's try to expand the realm. And this one gives us cultural acceptance, so that's nice. And this one also has a slight chance to succeed for Magnificence. Great. And we'll just do that one. And I'll applaud them. All right, and then for these coronations, I always go for cultural acceptance since we're going to have a multicultural realm. All right, yeah, you see, there's not that much prestige and legitimacy, so there's no point in promoting it too much. I'd rather have the vassals be more happy. All right, still have 1,000 more. Let me see if I raise everyone as raiders. Maybe we can take on Japan or something. All right, so that I want to wait 4 more months. See if we could just raid them over here. And there is one guy we can vassalize here, since he's our friend. That's very good since Buddhist and Hindu faiths are astray. So there's not that much in opinion loss. So just like that, we can also expand our realm pretty easily. So do check your current situation for easy vassalizing opportunities. All right, Japan, I hope you're coming out to fight me. Otherwise, all this gold is mine. All right, there we go. What's this, a city? Nope, a castle. Let's go to the farmlands over here. Nope. Okay, we still win thanks to our veterans. And let's chase him because we need the battle more than we need the gold. All right, this is perfect because we're defending a river crossing. Cool. Very good stack wipe. So decent amount of prestige. Just a little more until we can get the max amount. I think if we just do a couple of ransoms, we should be able to get there. Yeah, 150 prestige there. All right, great. So now we can finally go home and do at least 2 conquest wars. Let's go home. And then let's continue here. So yeah, my health is poor. Let's get ourselves to medicine. And maybe we can live a little longer. Okay. All right, so let's look for the biggest kingdoms we can target. This guy's only got 6 counties. This guy's got 20. Kind of far. So you see, if I just invade, it's going to be whatever's closest to me. But if I subjugate, I'll take everything. So let's subjugate this girl. Men-wise, I don't think I need more than just my non-special troops. So let's preserve our special troops just so that we have them for emergencies. Instead, let's get everyone else raised over here. And let's also call on the Holy Order. Actually, we're not at war with some hostile faith, so we can't. That's okay. Okay, so this should be enough men. 2,000 veterans. Yeah, but unfortunately the progress is slow because we don't have onagers yet. Still work in progress. There's his army. Once we take this, let's go for battle since that also gives us gold. All right, we got that title. Okay. I guess we can do it ourselves. We're just playing Ring Around the Rosie over here. I'm going to try to go for Hollow Body so I can live longer. And let's also look for another Marshal. Okay. Same thing, we can't convert him because he's zealous. That's fine. No, he has a lot more advantage over here. All right, so we're going to have to retreat. Interesting. I expected to win that. All right, maybe we do need our special troops for this one. All right, let's try to catch them here. All right, we have one. That's a good amount of gold. And then I'll split off the special guys so that they can just relax and not take attrition. There's a war for Mon, usually due to the Scandinavian rulers. So I will be ready to shed Mon in a bit. But for now, if I can fight them, I will. Lot of stress. All right, well, we'll go fight them later. Yeah, these wars take forever because we don't have onagers. All right. All right, those is gonna take forever. Two more years for onager. All right, he's down here on my ports. Okay, maybe I can capture someone. I don't know. Yep, can't let these special guys starve. Should win. Okay, I died. All right, but we are in the middle of a war. That's fine. We lost that one title to a brother, but we're still good. Let us continue our conquests. So let's continue going down Marshall. Let's go for control growth. So we're almost done here. All right, so we got that subjugation. Unfortunately, I don't have a second one then, but we still increased our realm size. Now let's go get rid of this guy. We don't get any gold, unfortunately. He should give us that gold instead of losing it. But alas, that's not how it works here. So let's get our guys to the port. Wonder where he's going. He's going down over there. So we'll land right on him. Right, also, since I'm clan, gotta get some alliances with my siblings. Or whoever's a ruler. All right. All right, cool. So when we stack wipe that big army, we do gain a good amount of gold. That's good. Fortunately, that does reduce our control over here, so let's get our marshal back to work. All right, we got to go back to the maximum prestige. Let's see what other wars we can do. Yeah, that's a lot of resources. So let me see if I can start pushing for some claims. Let's also get some heirs. So we're going to continue with our genetics program. All right, this girl's not too bad. So there's 12 months until Onager's done, so let me hang out until then, because otherwise the wars are going to take forever. Let's maybe just go on some hunts to get the prestige and also increase our health. All right, we don't want to pick the chances that we can die, so we'll just unleash the hounds. All right, cool. We got an artifact. Also, we can make this legendary armor, so please do. Okay. So these guys are getting pretty big. 9 months left there. Let's go on a pilgrimage. And let's go for Bellum Justum so we can reduce the Casus Belli cost. And 43 days left. I do have space for 2 more regiments, so let's make those once they're ready. All right, cool, we got Onager. So let's next work on maybe Mangonels. Or actually, let's do Manorialism. Normally I say battlements, but because it's going to take a while, there's a chance that I might get Chakravarti before this finishes. And in that case, once we go Mandala, then you actually need Manorialism to upgrade your temple level instead of battlements. So let's just do that one for now. I have some spare gold, so let's actually also build up Magda. Let's go for our farms and fields. And the only other one I'll build up for now is Lamu. Swap the forts for some hospices. All right. All right, let's build the onagers and we'll wait for them to replenish. Okay, while they're replenishing, this guy's pretty big. He's a conqueror, so I'm hoping he conquers a lot of India. Then I could just subjugate him. Although actually I think, yeah, I already inherited that subjugation. That's fine. We can save him for later. So let's work on South India for now. So I don't have enough prestige for the... Actually, maybe I can subjugate him. Anyways, I don't have enough prestige yet, so I need to depend on claim wars. So let's look for someone who has a claim. And it doesn't really matter who it is. All right, this one guy is willing to come. Let's see who's better. We don't like this ambitious guy, so let's go for this guy. All right, we'll pay for you to come over to our court. If possible, try to demand their conversion. Looks like he's not willing, so let's see if we can just bribe him and then convert. There's a small chance. All right, we got pretty lucky there. Now we can press his claim, and it will give the entire kingdom plus whatever titles he holds. The reason why you want to try to demand conversion is you also have more cost here if he was a different faith. So for here, we can just press our claim or press his claim, and then he'll be our vassal. Because he's a king, we are emperor, so it's possible to vassalize him. All right, for this war, probably just our men-at-arms is enough. And then these promotions of legends are a trick because that 50 gold is a one-time payment, but you'll have a monthly payment to that legend. So no thanks. And all the meanwhile, let's keep converting our counties here. Also, I need a coronation for myself. Let's also reforge these before they get destroyed. So let's get coronated while we're conquering. You can see the siege is much faster with onagers. Cool, we got an heir, so let's educate him. And he can also be a conqueror. It looks like they're attacking me here. But yeah, no hopes for them because their advantage got ruined by coming from boat. The second confrontation might be a little dangerous though. Right here, let's just try that one. And here, looks like I don't want to incur tyranny and I don't want a rival, so we'll just give no response. Here we can get a little martial, or we can have this guy like us a little more. He's not even willing to be our vassal anyways. Maybe we'll just do this one. Or we'll try to get Faithful Blade. And here's my cousin. We can get more renown, but at the cost of stress. So let's just do the first one. All right, but the options here, I don't care about the magnificence as much, so let's go for the cultural acceptance. Okay, this one's almost done. Right, I'm strong, so we can ask them look at us. All right, cool, we won that. So now, I don't know if we'll get a hostage. Nope. All right, so now this guy's our vassal, and he's our faith, so it works out perfectly fine for me. That doesn't count as a kingdom level war. That was simply just a claim war. So now I could just keep repeating that for all of these kings over here. So let's just find people to invite and press their claims. And I will keep an eye out for cynical or zealous. Or zealous. That way I can convert them. All right, and then let's demand his conversion if possible. Might have to bribe him a little bit first. All right, that's not bad. I believe let's... Oh, I don't have a spouse. That's weird. She should be in my court. Maybe I'll wait for this event to end. Because something's weird. Or whatever positive options. Same thing, we're going to go for a cultural acceptance. All right. Okay, so now there's my wife. So if I go for patronage, this will increase my learning. So now with that guy we just invited, the acceptance is a little bit higher because of the difference between our learning skill. So let's try to see if we can demand. He refused. That's okay. He has a lot of claims, actually. But we'll press his claim here. Actually, that's one of our current vassals' claims anyways. So here you'll see there is 975 in terms of cost versus, let's take a look at the other guy. Oh, here's a different vassal. He has a claim, but you can see his religion's different, so that's 1,000 extra prestige. Or 500 because I have Bellum Justum. So you probably want to go for the cheapest one. This lady is already a vassal. Versus here's that new guy. You see he's very expensive. So it's actually good because this guy has a lot of kingdom claims, so we can probably just reconquer everything that his father or grandfather conquered. So let's declare war there. And these battles will also progress us towards exalted among men. So we can just get enough prestige for our future Casus Belli as well. All right, so same thing. Let's preserve our special guys. And then let's summon everyone else over here. And then let me start farming some more prestige. So let's see if I can go on a hunt. Okay. And don't forget to ransom people for money. All right, same thing. I don't want to wait to gather for 4 months, so let's pause it. Probably just gathering peasants from Mon, which I think I'll get rid of eventually. All right, and we'll continue here. Siege weapon effectiveness is very good because it'll make these wars go by even faster. And we'll go out for a boar. And here we'll just do a rivalry, but that's free prestige. Same thing, don't want to kill myself, so let's savage the hounds. Still succeed, so that's fine with me. Let's put on these hides. That's 3 months, this 4 months. Let's go back and just fight them actually. Okay, we actually caught someone. All right, so we won that one. He's now a vassal of my vassal. And they're all different faith. So let me use the demand conversion. This is a mod that I have. This just lets me demand everyone's conversion quickly. And while that is happening, we can just continue our warpath now that we have more prestige there. Let's see if there is a claim. So there's no claim here. So let's look for, again, one of these claimants to invite. All right, looks like we can invite this lady. Seems decent. Low learning, so maybe I can convince her. Nope. Send her a gift. It's that cultural acceptance that's giving a big penalty. I'm still busy there, so all right. Because these are vassals of a vassal, it's okay if they get a hook. All right, let's bribe her a bit and then I'll try to demand her conversion. This person is a vassal in my realm, and he's asking for 215 gold. I do have a little to spare, so maybe only if there's like 2 or 3, but I don't want to give too much gold away. All right, this girl probably refused. That's fine. Let me finish off this one. Are you Republic? So it doesn't matter. All right, 215 gold. All right, so we can press this girl's claims, although it's a lot of prestige. Let me see if I can find someone else who's cheaper. Maybe this guy. He's zealous, so he'll never convert. All right, well, that's the only lady we can work with right now. So I just need a little more prestige. We have a couple of ransoms that I can get the prestige for. All right, there we go. That's enough. Now we can go for her claims. Alright, we're gonna park our special guys. I guess they can walk back home. And then we'll raise everyone else. Same thing, most... Oh, okay. Looks like we wasted all that prestige. Wow, bummer. Alright, well, we need about 1,000 prestige. Let's see if I can get it from creating some titles. Alright, that's 900. And then let's create this kingdom title. Okay, so that's enough to try again. Let's press whomever's claims. All right, so this guy's cheap. He is healthy enough. All right, try that again. Let's raise our special guys there. Let's raise our actual army here. So it takes 4 months, but you see that most of the guys get raised, and that's because the ones that are taking 4 months to get here are just the peasants that are coming from Mon. So, well, okay, he's, anyways, it'll take a while. I probably want to grant him independence soon, but the thing is, he also controls some of our culture. I actually have enough now, so I will release him after this war, and we should see the raising time improve. Let me stop gathering. I got a daughter, so she's going to get a kingdom title. That's fine with me. Again, something weird is going on. That's the second time it glitched. All right, maybe I need a subjugator because she's wasting my time. All right, this guy's doing pretty well. I'm glad he's conquering. This is one of our vassals' vassal, so that's good. He's pretty weak, so she should win. That's amazing because, let's see, she'll get that territory for me. All right, what about this guy? So I need some more prestige still. Let's maybe spend some money on a runestone. And, okay. I did finish this. No, not yet. Okay. Swap this. Let's do a trade port. All right, that's kind of annoying. That's 2,000 prestige I wasted on this girl. All right. No matter. We need a little more prestige, so let's host maybe a feast. Or okay, that's not the most time efficient. You know what? I'm gonna raid you because that was a big waste of my time, and I think she should come out. There she is. All right, your armies are going south, so I'll chase you. All right, there's a decent amount of prestige, good amount of gold. Now let's go home. All right, so my vassal's conquering this, and this lady's just weird. So I'm gonna have to use one of my Casus Belli on him. I'm waiting for this conqueror to get big and healthy for me. Let's see if there's anyone else tiny I can conquer in the meantime. I could get this guy. Or sorry, there's a king down here, so let's get a claimant here. Actually, this is my vassal's person, so maybe I can conquer a nearby county and then give it to him. Okay, this person looks fine. Let's just get that county from her. Probably can just use my men-at-arms. All right, I can also host a hunt. Oh, so let's host that. Or actually, no, not yet. All right, we do have another perk, so let's go for organized march. So the armies move faster, and then let's actually go for health, just so we can live as long as we can. We'll do scholarship so that the development in Magda can keep growing. All right, we won this. And let me check out my sibling. So what titles does he have? I can't make him independent, unfortunately. He controls too much land. So we'll just leave him be for now. All right, that's whatever. Okay, so got that one title. Let's go back to that guy I was looking at. So this guy's cynical, so he'll be more willing to convert. So let's give him this title. This will get 40 opinion. Nope. Send him a gift. All right, let me see if I can demand his conversion. All right, we'll bribe him a bit, and then let's see if he can convert. Cool. That's a good attitude there. So now when I press his claim, it'll be a little cheaper. I already forget his name. And that's the guy. So here we are. 975. We'll get this entire kingdom. And although the jure of this kingdom is just here, we'll also get all the vassals out over here because it's just a replacement of a claim. It's a claimant war, so it should grab everything. So let's raise our men-at-arms. And we could probably charge for his capital. If not, we'll just go right there. And while that's going on, let's go on a hunt. We need some more prestige. We are exalted among men, so that's good. Now we can also have access to a subjugation and invade kingdom. Well, we got a boar hunt. We're gonna unleash the hound again. Okay, cool. Got another artifact. Let's put it on the wall. Wow, his siege is pretty quick. Let's chase his army. Well, we lost that one because of advantage difference. Let's retreat. It's Mon again. So maybe in this way I can just give them Mon and I can get rid of them. So let's give him Mon. And then that way my brother here is only limited to India, so I can keep him. Versus this guy is all the way here and I can just give him freedom later. There's a lot of special troops that I would have liked to kill, but it's kind of far. Let's go for full body. All right, so that guy is stronger than I expected. Why? He's got some light footmen. We really shouldn't have issues with our veterans. Maybe I need to splash some huskarls for the archers. Oh, we can actually hire these guys because they're Buddhist. Let's regroup them. And let's get our guys to defeat them. Yeah, we don't want that fight. Maybe this one's okay. He's slightly in debt. Let's see. Okay. Cool. All right, got some of our gold back. Yeah, I don't want to transfer the Jarl of Mon to my brother or a cousin. Who is this? Uncle? That way I can actually give it away. All right, so now... All right, we got the war for Sri Lanka, or the claim on Sri Lanka. So instead of just getting the de jure of Sri Lanka, when we take him over, as long as he didn't have any other kingdoms, we'll get all of his vassals as well. So now that claimant grabbed everything for us. That might be enough for an empire almost. I guess I do have to be careful so that I don't give away the empire to my daughter. Let's educate this one. Maybe this daughter could be learning focused. All right, so we can expand the realm. So now we're going to gain some legitimacy and some martial and control growth. All right. Let me see if I can just give Mon away. Okay, perfect. So I can give Mon away. That way we don't have to deal with Mon anymore. And Viking invaders. Now my realm is purely just India and a little bit in South Africa. So I've lost access to West Europe, but that's fine with me. Or all of Europe. But now my raising times will be a little bit faster as well. So this lady is 12 counties. That will basically make me eligible for this empire. I'm only 26, so I actually have enough time to maybe become Chakravarti myself. Let's make sure I have all of my empire first, and then I'll work on the other things. So like this guy needs to give me the de jure for me. I'll save my prestige for the other wars, the claim wars. So I'll just use my piety for these holy wars. Right, and she's Buddhist, so we can actually use the Holy Order. Let's go Men at Arms and Holy Order. Or he's already hired, I guess. I can't summon them. Anyways. Right, I don't want to give him 500 gold. No thanks. Make sure they're on disrupt schemes. All right, someone wants to become my tributary. Sounds good. That's free gold. Yes, forget to get a wet nurse and a tutor. Wet nurse is just young female, so let's look for a young female who's an adult. All right, this lady will work. All right, she didn't convert, but that's okay. We'll have her give us skills, and this tutor will also give us skills. My children's skills, I mean. All right, cool. On that one, we win. And this is de jure part of this guy, so let's give it to my cousin. And there's these titles over here. Let's grab this county, and then this guy is a king. I do want to not waste a duchy conquest there, so let's grab a claimant. Or let me see if I have a claimant already. Nope. Let's grab a claimant. All right, this guy is willing. Let's invite him. Can't convert him, unfortunately. Let's see if I can bribe him a little bit. All right, it's pretty low chance, so let's just spend the prestige. Okay, cool. Actually, because we're really legit, the cost is reduced. Can I increase it more? Nope. That's maxed out, but that's not bad. All right, let's go to our capital. All right, we're going to do wash hands. And then let's isolate capital. And then let's go on a hunt. Let's continue building our stuff. Or just Lamu and Magda, I mean. Gaia's not too bad. We can also keep this as well. You'll see why later. All right, let's get this translation good. And let's win against this guy. All right, got another son, so let's see how succession will play out. Okay, so Thankfully for Harmonious, we get the lion's share. So only this one kingdom's given out, and that's fine with me. So good for me, we're Harmonious. Let's go for at least a 3 out of 5 prestige. Why is this guy not happy? We're quarreling, okay. Let me sway him instead. Also bribe this guy so Spymaster doesn't hate us. All right, let's do this one since it's 99%. All right, we failed, but that's okay. Still got some prestige. Wonder where his army's at. Guess he's just waiting. Oh, there he is. So once we're done, we'll go attack him. Right, and then we can go Iron Constitution. And let's go for his capital. And yeah, cool. We got some gold for conquering. And there's my tutor doing work. All right, cool. And we also got another guy vassalized. So here's that kingdom title. Now we have a weak hook, so now we can demand conversion. Hopefully, it's a decent chance. Excellent. All right. So that's more of my empire secured. And I think that's everything for my empire. We can go for this one as well. And I believe Harmonious is like, it was like partition if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I played clan. So we don't have to hold back from conquering the Deccan Empire. All right, this lady, or this guy, fighting off one thing, two things for tyranny. I'm hoping he conquers more. This lady here, just one duchy. So we can get everything like that. This one is also one duchy, so we can get everything with just our prestige. It's a little cheaper to press someone else's claim. Let's just press that one guy that we already have a hook on. And let's also go for this duchy here. So let me put our special guys in our capital. And then let's raise our guys here. And it should, you can see, raise everything is now 58 days instead of the 4 months, since we're not waiting for anyone from Mon. All right, this guy really doesn't like us because he's the wrong faith. I'll have to provoke his stuff since he is the wrong faith. That's the only downside of people with all the claims. All of these titles, you can grab them, but then they'll just be cycled through with all the different claimants. But that's okay. We can deal with him. Right, we got that one. Another son. Let's see. Succession. Still just that one title. So, okay. Clan's actually working out for me, I guess. Let's continue down Convergent Blood so we can max out the genetics program. Let's make sure they have a commander. Otherwise, these guys will come and wreck them. Actually, I think I can get, yep, I can get these guys. All right, where is this guy's army? Up here. All right, let's go fight those battles. Let's maybe meet in my capital. Oh, I also need a tax collector. These are the special guys, so let's move them to the side. All right, and then let's go destroy these enemies. 2 months there, so let's walk over to fight them here. 3 days and 19 days. Okay. Let's see how it plays out. I'm close enough I can raise more mercenaries, but we have good advantage. Cool. And then let's take the titles back. All right, go on this one. And where is this guy? All right, he's back here, so let's destroy him there. Our commander died, so let's look for another one. Not ruler. Or also before those vassals escape, let's grab everything from this guy. And let's see, these guys are also all Buddhist. So once this is done, we'll revoke it all from him too. In the meantime, let me just hold on to it. Right, we got that one as well. Okay. So let's raise our men-at-arms. Let's revoke from these Buddhists. All right. They won't accept that. Let's have our holy order meet us down here. Then these guys can just destroy this army and conquer here. And getting good amount of gold for that. All right, my daughter's doing pretty good. All right, here's our first Sikh indulgences. So this person wants to donate some money to us. So we'll get 100 gold and she'll get 100 piety. So, and the piety is not coming from us. Like when we accept it, the gold goes to us, but the piety is just generated out of thin air. You know, because we're a holy god and all that. Over here we can steal 1,000 gold from this guy. So we'll execute you for all your money. Thank you. All right, got another faction we destroyed, so we can revoke some more titles. All right, cool. So we have a bunch of titles we can give out. Let's take a look. So let's just give it out to our second and third eldest. So give Lanka down here to her. It's 1,400 renown. And this one we can give to our second daughter. And this one wants this clan. That's fine. Although this clan is over here. Instead, I can give you maybe this chiefdom, that chiefdom, all these titles. All right, almost 2,000 renown. And he'll still get a kingdom. That's fine. But this way, we just farmed a ton of renown. And then let's go resilient bloodline. All right. And that's enough for us to create the Deccan Empire, but we won't, so that won't split. And thanks to being harmonious, we don't have to split like Confederate partition. So it's just going to be losing a kingdom title. So that's all fine and dandy. We can finish conquering this guy. And then looks like this conquer is getting pretty big. He's vassalizing. Oh, this guy that we were going to conquer anyways. So we just need to subjugate this guy once he's done all the dirty work for us. And that means India is almost done. So let's work on getting this lady again. Let's look for someone who's a claimant of a kingdom. All right, hopefully this does not fail. So let's try it again. This is also a vassal of a vassal, so let me convert her first. Okay, so because she refused, I can give her a hook and she'll convert. And I think she was one of these. Okay, there she is. So now the cost is a little cheaper. And since I'm there, I might as well just conquer this guy. All right, let's summon our special guys here. And then let's summon the rest of our men. Maybe right here. So it should only take some time. Or it's taking a couple months. All right, but these days, 27 days is probably waiting for like 5 peasants, so let's not do that. Let me see if I could do Holy Order. Nope, that's okay. She is not that strong anyways. Let's have him do this to get rid of this tyranny. All right, so we have 66%, so I just need to destroy our armies and then we will win. All right, thanks for your renown, or your prestige, I mean. All right, there we go, 100%. Cool, so now that person's a vassal. Right, and then we'll attack this guy. Yeah, this conqueror is still not strong enough to fight us, I believe. We also have a lot of gold. And that's thanks to all these ports. Like we're getting like almost 40 gold from that. Like, yeah, we actually are getting 40 gold from our domain. That's a great amount. All right, and he's conquering, or he's defending against tyranny wars, so he will have to work on the rest of India over there. A lot of ransoms I could do, so don't forget to do that. All right, 36 years old. We still have a good amount of time. All right. So this son is a champion. We don't want him to do that, so let's forbid him. Let's make him like a caravan master or something, so he gets... There, he's not there, I guess. Let me see what court position I can give him. All right, he can actually be master of horse and he'll get martial lifestyle experience, so that's good for him. I'm just seeing what else I can give him. This one has reduced stress gain, so that's perfect for him as well. So if he's a court poet. All right, so hopefully he keeps nice and safe. All right, this one is done. So let's look for a family member to grant it to. All right, you can have this for that renown. All right, so this guy's nice and big. There is some more titles we need to the north over here from these two guys. So let me conquer that from these two, and then hopefully this guy will conquer a little bit more. And like this one though, you see is like 2 duchies. So I'm gonna need like a kingdom invasion war here instead. So let's go for a holy war so we can get to that. And then this one I could just go for a duchy title, or just that duchy. And that's all the de jure of this area. Let's get our special guys here, and then we'll raise everyone else. That can go to war here. I believe one of them is Buddhist, or hostile at least, so we can hire our holy order, and then let's go for him there. Where's my holy order? All right. And have these guys stop gathering. All right, here's another Seek Indulgences. It's coming for a lot of, he wants to donate a lot of gold. So thank you for the gold. And again, we don't spend our piety. Someone seducing my wife, whatever. One of my sons died, unfortunately, of consumption. Where is that plague? Or nowhere near me. Up here, though. Okay. And over here, my wife is being faithful, unfaithful, I mean. But the funny part is, in our religion, we don't care about adultery. So I wish Paradox can fix this because we don't really care. Over here, we could get a strong hook, sure. All right, you refuse, that's fine. I actually don't care. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the 50% war score. Let's see, where is the plague? It's over there in my realm, but it's not affecting my county, so I don't have to go crazy. All right, unfortunately, he already finished that. I got typhus. What? All right, well, my health is still fine from my physician. I guess the plague spread. Oh, okay. It spread really fast to my titles. But we also can get healthy. So, yeah, I'm not going to die at all. Maybe some of my kids will. I want to protect this guy. That's not what I want to do. Let's set a rally point like over here. And let me just buy a stack of mercenaries. This is just buying my son's health insurance. So like he's got pretty good martial actually. So there's my son, but now he's away from this plague. So he really shouldn't be affected down there. But all my other kids, let me isolate the capital. That should reduce their chance to get disease. All right, cool. Lost typhus, so that's great. All right, we won this one, so I got those titles. Now this guy is unreformed. He's only a stray, so unfortunately I couldn't grab them for myself. But I guess that's okay. Let's grab these duchy titles and then let's give it to one of my kids. And then for this guy, we're coming over to here. And let's check on the Conqueror. Nope. Looks like he died, so he split, unfortunately. He died of typhus, unfortunately. Well, that's fine. We can subjugate this Conqueror daughter, and then we'll conquer whatever's left over. Looks like she's already conquering that. This one, we can spend 50 gold for this pressed jasmine, which if you just sell it, I think it's already like 40 at least, or 25, but when we get some piety for that. So I'm cool with that. We do have a lot of things here. Okay, cool. Another learning per devotion from Tooth of Buddha. That's a lot of learning per devotion. For the books, I would love something with health, but I guess we'll just do anything with renown then. We could do that one. And we'll do that. So let's get rid of the other ones for some gold and some piety. And then for the hide, okay, let's just make sure it's all the best. I'd rather get the renown instead of the hostility advantage, although it is pretty useful. But that's fine. Let's get rid of the other things for gold and piety. And let's get rid of that. For the boar skulls, I think everything is the best there. If there's men-at-arms maintenance, then we'll reduce that. That's pretty good. So let's put it there. This one, maybe there's another one. Nope. All right, so we'll leave that one alone. Let's get rid of the others as well. All right, lots of piety. And this one, actually this has more renown, so let's put that one there. I'll repair it, destroy that. Okay. This one, let's just get the gold. She wants a book, but we already have 2 good books. So I'm cool with what we have. We do need to eat. Let's station besiegers and then let's have someone eat some food. We'll let them rest a bit so that they get their food. And whenever there's a feud, let's just pick the choice that makes it to normal. I don't know if that's correct or not, but this makes it so that we go from feuding all the way to the max. I can't imagine that being what Paradox intended, but like, where's the relation? Like, we're all the way at the max. That's really weird. We went from like the bottom all the way to the top. Must be a glitch. All right, we have enough food, so let's go back here. Cool, and we got the learning event where we could just do athletic for this choice for potentially athletic. Well, we did get it, so now our health is good again. Also, we have enough piety. We can now consecrate our bloodline. So now I will be called the Savior. So we also got some more renown, and all of our descendants have divine blood. Very good. All right, I don't care if that's not my daughter. That's fine. Well, station procedure so someone can eat. And we got whole body. Very good. And let me just think for the rest of it. I think we could just brute force things, but it could make it a little faster if we do some intrigue. So let's go for skullduggery. Cool. All right, now we have 50% war score, so I can just destroy their armies and we'll win. All right, gotta destroy them one more time or grab one title. Or two. All right, these are, the replacements. So we have to convert them eventually. All right, gets a hook, but that's whatever. All right. So we got this guy as our vassal. We can create this kingdom of the Himalayas and let's give it to that one daughter or family member. Or here's my son. All right, and we'll give him all these Himalayan titles. And I believe he can also get the vassals. All right, well, he can't. But now that's enough for now. We're going to go for architected ancestry. We'll go for fecund. It's been a bit, so let me demand our version of all the indirect vassals. And let's check this conqueror. He is okay. This person is in a tyranny war. So I can leave this kingdom alone for a bit. Maybe I could work on these duchies and stuff. That way I'll work around over here. So this one has time to work around her. Like directly around her, I mean. So let's conquer... Oh, I can't conquer this duchy. Oh, there are claimants. Okay, maybe I can press this girl's claim. All right, this guy's asking for 300 gold. He's just a republic, so no thanks. Public, no thanks. Republic, but okay, I could give you hooks. I don't mind giving hooks. This one, same thing, Republic. I don't want to pay for such an expensive conversion. This one's a feudal, so yeah, hooks are okay there. Republic, nope. And this one's also feudal. Hooks are fine. This is a feudal, so it's a one-time thing, that's fine. It's a clan, 300, sure. Hopefully there's not many more of you. Okay, so that's 900 gold I doled out. It also means, though, that these are more vassals that can potentially come to me for communion. Right now, I need to know where. Well, here's this lady. Okay, I can't press that duchy claim, though. All right, it's an awkward angle, so let's see if there's someone with a claim here. All right, let's invite for someone here. All right, he's cynical. Got a pox, though. I don't judge. All right, he converted 100%. That's good for me. All right, let's go for him. And nope, that's not what I wanted. We'll just do our men-at-arms. Okay, and we crashed again. How many times can we crash today? All right, where are we at? All right, so we were starting here. All right, here we go. Seek indulgences. Thank you. And then we'll ransom people. Let's destroy him. All right, I don't care if I'm not the father. Yeah, don't forget to convert. Okay. Oh, another son. Inheritance-wise, still just that kingdom. All right, thanks to Harmonious. All right, so we got Delhi for this vassal. This conqueror looks pretty quiet right now. So now we can go for the correct duchy here. See if I could demand more conversion. Yeah, I'll just save them for last. We'll get the little guys up here. So maybe these two wars. We'll get that one. Get the duchy right there. And this thing is also part of the de jure. A little expensive, but this guy makes it a little cheaper, sure. So we can give this girl her claim. Let's bring our men-at-arms closer. Oh, and let me actually move the special troops further behind and move these guys further forward. And just make sure they're eating good somewhere. There we got that one title. Let's go for the other one. All right, cool. More indulgences. Thank you. And we got this one as well. All right, this is our big populist uprising. But that's okay because that means gold for us. So I don't mind. Let me get this and I'll kill the peasants. All right, we won that title too. And then we can grant whatever titles to our children. And this guy, all right, if you convert, I'll let you stay. And this one, okay, I need you to convert. Okay, let's take out these peasants. So killing those peasants, we got gold. Very good. And I think they can win. All right, lots of gold right there. 6,000 more peasants somewhere. And a little bit more. Okay, cool. So even though we had that peasant war, that's a lot of gold that we just got from killing all the peasants. All right, there's another faction for more peasants. That's fine. But we do want to, not have them bother us. So let's start converting. Let's check up on this conqueror. He's no longer a conqueror. All right, so we'll have to do this ourselves. This one is attacking something over there. That's actually a title we want. This title has diplomacy per level of devotion, so I do want that eventually. Actually, will he win? Kind of, so I don't want him to have that, so I need to go grab him real quick. So let's get a claimant. This lady sounds good. Let's convert her. Cool. And then let's press her claim. Let's park my special guys maybe over here. Okay, and then we'll bring our main guys over here. Because I do expect these peasants to fire off soon too, so they're going to be like over here. And then we'll ransom while the war's going on. No, I don't know. I guess I right-clicked it. Whoops. Please. Okay, so he didn't win against Bamium, so that's good for me. And this guy is still pretty stable. All right, send out my physician. Cool. All right, we got that part of India. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more kingdoms and a couple duchies. Let's maybe subjugate this guy first. Although he has one kingdom and no others over here. So technically, I think I should be able to just use a claim war. So let's just do that just to show the theory out. Because all these other kingdoms here are taken. So even though if he has enough land to make them, which he doesn't, we should be able to just use a claim war instead of subjugation. This guy's ambitious, so I don't want him. He's deceitful, so no thanks. All right, this girl's recruit. Let's convert her if possible. Let's first bribe her and then convert her. Right, and then we'll press her claim. What's her name? All right, that's her claim there. All right, now we're going to lose a little bit more, probably because we have so much more land. But I think I have enough health that I should be able to get Chakravarti and Mandala. And Mandala gives primogeniture. No, but unfortunately, this son, I didn't want him to be landed, but I guess someone died and now he's landed. Having your heirs landed is not a great idea. All right, so we won this. So now that entire land is now hers because now she's my vassal. So that was very convenient. And let's just finish off these kings and conquer the rest. Does someone already have a claim? All right, this guy's good enough, sure. What about this one? Okay, he also have a claim, sure. Yeah, very convenient. Thanks for the money. Right, that one guy there is now my vassal. And here's the indulgences coming in. Thank you. Oh. All right, so the indulgences are really coming in right now. So we're going to be super rich. I mean, we already were super rich. All right, cool. All right, very good. So Chakravarti, we have those two empires. We just need the last empire over here, which we can actually create the title for. So I'm just curious if we offer vassalage, it would flip. If I create the empire title, it'll flip this -20 to a +20, which would give total of +40. Same thing here. So it's close, but we wouldn't be able to vassalize them. Okay, so I need to destroy 1, 2, 3, 4 people. This guy's really small. The duchies are separated, so I'm still going to need a claimant. Maybe there's someone in my realm. Well, there is someone. He is my religion. He's going to die soon, though, so let's swap it to someone healthier. It's like everyone's going to die. All right, this one's not bad. We could do that. And we also need another claimant here. So I'm just clicking on the prince because their name is Prince. I think it's the same guy. Okay. And for this one, we can invade kingdom. Let's invade. Or it's pretty expensive. Now conquered duchy is enough, so let's do that. And then there's this guy here. We can just conquer that one. Well, actually, I'll save it in a second. More indulgences, thank you. Right, one guy is there. Well, 15 years for manorialism. Oh, well. Cool. Took over his progress and we got gold. Thank you. Try to kill this army. And then get one more title and we'll win. Nope. Okay, this adventurer band did work. Right, and then for this guy, he's up there. Right, and while we have those as vassals, let's command conversion of everyone. I'm just making sure they're not my direct vassals because there were a few I should have, whoops. Like this guy's direct, so I'm not going to bargain. Or that was the wrong one. Right. Okay, this one does not. That's okay. She's evil, so I can revoke from her in a bit. This is give it to someone competent. Right, cool. Got that. We have a daughter we can give to. See if there's a kingdom title. Nope. Okay. So now it's just, I believe, this single county over here. And we shall be able to go Chakravarti. So let's holy war for that. No, that's a lot of guys. No, because it's confederation. Where are you guys? At a decent distance, I guess. Well, they are hostile, so we can get our holy order. Let's maybe increase the size of our men at arms by just a little bit. Now wait for them to replenish a bit. Okay, so they're all replenished. Holy order is ready. So let's attack this guy. Got a lot of men, but that's okay. I may or may not need the special troops, so let's park them somewhere kind of nearby. That's enough. Supply limit there. Let's raise everyone and let's raise the holy order. And then I guess you could hire. Maybe you could hire some of these guys. They're actually cheaper. All right, that's okay. We'll deal with things as they show up. All right, I guess we're smoking weed too. Don't need the armor. Okay, there's his army. This should be a lot of gold to earn since we're going to kill a lot of people. All right, maybe I can just wait right here. Is he going to attack me? Nope. So let's attack him. He's going to defend in a desert mountain, though. Should be okay. All right. So we could stay in war just to try to kill off his guys. We'll just wait until he comes back. Oh, here's another army we could attack. He might surrender soon, though. But this way we can just earn some money. All right, well, we won that. Oh, okay, there's a big pox. Anyways, there's this daughter here that we can give that title to as well. All right, that should be everything. So, yep, now we can become Chakravarti. So, with that, we've conquered all of India, and it was pretty quick because we just pressed all the claims of these people. So, getting all of India was not that hard. So, now I'm ready to ascend. So, let's become Chakravarti. This will make it so we consolidate all the empires of This will make it so we consolidate all the empires of India. And we get this cool little trait that gives a lot of opinion with everyone. And our faith will gain rightful rulers of the world, and that will give a discount to our holy war. So let's become Chakravarti. And importantly, too, though, we get the hegemony of India. So now this is the highest tier title. We can even vassalize emperors. So, like this Arabian Empire guy, we could offer vassalage to, or we could do the same trick that we were doing in India. And I can find a claimant and I could just invite him or abduct him to my court. And then I could attack this guy for the entire claim of Arabia and he'll enter my empire or hegemony. So, very powerful to have the hegemon, very powerful to have this even higher title. That way you can just grab these empire titles, claimants, and then just integrate them into your empire. I believe you could technically subjugate this guy eventually, since they're usually Buddhist or Confucian. You can just kind of like work your um, magic with succession until you get a Buddhist guy, and then you can subjugate China. Although I believe when you take over the title of China, it kind of messes with your inheritance and stuff, or with like just the general mechanics. So I normally leave them alone, or if you're going to conquer them, just do it piecemeal and don't try to claim the hegemony of Wu. All right, now that we have everything here, let me first demand everyone's conversion. For the two direct vassals, let's see who is not my religion. There's this lady here. She's Hindu. And this person's Buddhist. Because Buddhist is evil, we can revoke it from her. Let's do that one first. For the two other vassals, I'll leave them alone for now, since it'll take a while. Sorry, it'll take a while for the offensive war opinion that we have, which is 158, to go away. Oh boy, my heir got measles. Really hoping he doesn't die because he's a pretty good heir. His daughter's not too bad, but she is sinful. Right. And now I'm going to use my good intrigue to get rid of these people with hooks. No, okay. He did die, unfortunately. So did this girl. So now it's this daughter. Her stats are not too bad. Could be better. Okay. Actually, I forgot. But while I'm here, there's one more thing to do before I adopt Mandala. There is this special title here of Buddha's Abamian. Will give you diplomacy per level of devotion. So that's actually perfect for us. So let's quickly grab that county. All right, I got murderer, but that's whatever. All right, here's a tribute event. From your tributaries, you're going to get options to give them gold, progress for innovation, gold so that they get a little modifier, or just reaffirm them, or just refuse it. Usually I just reaffirm, and that's the easy way to gain. And this is an easy way to gain some free legitimacy and gold. Also, I need to coordinate myself for becoming even more powerful. And succession wise, we would lose these counties. Cool, another book. Cool. Since I'm Chakravarti, we do get this option in our coronation. All right, for here, we could probably shape the realm because we're going to be building a lot of stuff. So let's swear that oath. Don't forget that indulgence. All right. So we got Bamian as well. Okay. All right. So I got Bamium, and now I'm ready to adopt Mandala government. So the main thing that first happens is, so a few things that happen when we go Mandala. Let's just click this. All right, so we adopt Mandala government. First thing is our domain limit gets limited to a maximum of 2. The only way to increase this is in our projects, we can create a capital complex, and this temple will increase our maximum domain limit. So I want to take this decision when I still have a lot of health left. That way I can slowly build up this holding. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remain on. Otherwise, Otherwise, I'll go through succession with limited domain, and that's pretty dangerous. I've also built up a huge stack of gold, so I should be able to weather any wars or just paying for my men at arms. So the first thing I need to do is I need to assume a mandala aspect. So let's come down to the bottom left. So for the aspects, there's the aspect of creation, which is stewardship based. You also gain some stewardship bonuses like reduced building costs and time, and you'll get piety for constructing buildings. For serenity, it's diplomacy based, so you'll get some more legitimacy and general opinion. For destruction is more martial based, and you can plunder for contribution to the great projects. And trickery is intrigue based. So for this one, you can use hooks to reassert tributary. And at the maximum, there's a lot more benefits for each of these. One of the biggest benefits is that your heir can instantly complete the intrigue part of the succession trials. So for succession, your heir is going to have to go through 3 trials, and they're going to be based on the intrigue, stewardship, martial, or diplomacy traits, skills. And you want your skills to be around 23 or higher to maximize the chance. So right now, this person is not going to be doing too hot. So having your aspect picked out can help. So having this aspect maxed out can help with passing that test, although it also does give you intrigue per level of devotion. So while you're working your way up there, it also gives you that extra stats that you need. To upgrade the aspect also requires different things. So for destruction, it needs victories in battle. It needs high martial and prowess and champions with prowess. For creation, you need to build buildings, you need to have children and commission artifacts. For trickery, you need intrigue. For trickery, you need to have strong hooks, successful schemes, and secrets. And for serenity, you just need to have friends, alliances, feasts, and a lot of peace. So of these, I would say probably creation is the easiest, and destruction's not too bad. I'm going to actually rely on creation. because going for destruction is going to take a lot of time later. Even though this guy that I currently have has won a lot of battles and wars, my prowess is only going down with age, and it's going to take many years to max out the aspect. So I'm just going to go for creation. And now I can build this capital temple complex. So let's start this project. And once the project started in Magda, then you're going to need to mainly do the rite of worthiness. So I need to have one more child. And then for these, you can just get some bonuses by donating the gold and piety. And there's some good ones and the optional ones, like this one. Dynasty gets piety per legitimacy level. So these are pretty nice. And same thing here, Magda gets ornate reliefs. So since I'm pretty rich and I have lots of piety, I might as well just do everything I can. And now I just need one more child. So my wife is too old. So let's look for a young wife. Preferably someone beautiful. That girl's too young. So let's look for someone who is a beautiful female. Make sure they're unmarried and heterosexual. And preferably if they're beautiful. So we have this girl here. Can invite her. Although can't marry her either. What about pretty one? All right, looks like I can invite this lady. All right, let's try to get a child ASAP with her. And just to increase my chances, we'll invite some other women as well. All right, this girl's getting too old. All right, we can get this lady. Okay. All right, here's another tribute mission. Let's just... All right, take a look here. So for another thing for Mandala is you have way more levels of legitimacy, and the max amount is 12,000 here. Or you need 10, or the max amount is 10,500. And our expected levels down here. So we're going to need to gain a lot of legitimacy in order to make people happy. But also there's some pretty good benefits for that because there's going to be increased tributary acceptance and also greatly reduced factions. So one way to get a lot of legitimacy quickly is if you have a lot of tributes, they're going to come with tribute missions. And then this event can give you a lot of legitimacy quickly. So definitely we're going to be working on that in just a second. Let me just get my marriages set. All right. And if we check so if we go to our laws, another thing is the decree up here. So right now, you can choose prosperity or expansion, and that's going to be based on the aspect that you've picked. So it will unlock two of the three decrees. So prosperity makes it so tributaries are more loyal. Defensive wars get devotion. And your tributaries are more accepting towards exact tribute. Expansion makes it so when you win wars, you generate piety, and you can call on your tributaries into war for piety, and subjects are more inclined to warlike actions. So this, between the two, you could do whatever you want, but I think I'll go for prosperity since I want my subjects to build up our realm, so I like the builder action. The other thing is for Mandala succession, all of your titles are inherited via primogeniture, and you can also always designate an heir. And I would recommend you always designate the one with the most skills. Again, with the first 4 skills being important and learning not being that important. And the reason why I also picked certain titles, so I picked Magda because if you look at Magda itself, you get some stewardship and learning per level of fame. So that's a few stats there. The Prey of Gaia here is another special building in Magda itself. Right here in Gaia. And it has this temple that gives learning per devotion. But again, learning right now is not super important because it doesn't help you pass trials. But things like the Prey of Bamian, it has the Buddha holding, and this will give you 5 diplomacy per level. It will give you diplomacy per level devotion. So right now, I'm getting plus 10 from my domain. And that's because the last one I have is Lamu, which also gives diplomacy per level of devotion and stewardship. So this will help boost up my stats so that when my heir inherits, it'll be more likely that she'll pass those trials until we can at least upgrade this aspect. So you'll see that for this one, we need to have at least 10 kids and I need to build some buildings. So right now I'm going to use my big stack of gold and I'm going to just construct in Lamu. And I'll construct in Magda and Bamian. So let's upgrade whatever is available. And I also have to give out some titles so that I'm below the limit. And so because we have the equal, I can also give out these titles so that they're to someone who's pretty old and has no kids. Let's look for like this. Let's look for a adult female with no titles. Okay, let's look for one here instead. All right, so look for an adult female who doesn't really have any kids who I can invite. Or maybe over here still faster. All right, so like this one here, let's grant her these titles. That way when she dies, it'll go back to me. So she's going to be my storage for while I'm holding. She's going to be my storage person where I'm just going to grant her some of the extra titles. And until I can increase my domain limit, she'll just hold on to it for me. But once she dies, then we'll be able to reclaim those titles. So let me actually give her some of these really good ones because I'm unable to hold on to them. For Pate, you just want to be careful that she can create that duchy title. So I'm going to create it first myself, and then we're going to be able to hold on to it. And since we're Mandala, creating titles just costs piety, and it also just requires level of devotion. So we have a crazy stack since, thanks to the extinction of Dharma, we can just destroy artifacts for a massive amount of piety. All right, so now I am 3 out of 2 titles. My income is really bad because my income is really bad because we have a lot of court amenities and men at arms. So let's destroy some stuff for gold and looking at my court grandeur. Unfortunately, that's the level I need. And actually, since we have tribal court, if we're at level 10, the maintenance is reduced by a good amount. So let's see if that's cheaper. It's going to cost 9 gold to get there, so I don't think it's worth it since the cost is only 37 right now. So if we look in here, I'll probably, it'll probably be a little cheaper once they're finished being raised. So hopefully we'll just be able to just lift off our stack of gold until I can reclaim my domain limit. Let's finish these off. I don't need unnecessary expenses. Okay, so that's 2 building. I need to build few more. Let's get a royal architect so things build faster. And let me actually go for wealth focus so we get more income. And let me revoke this temple so I get the credit for building this. Maybe I could revoke this as well. Actually, that's not mine. I could do Bamian. And then there's no city planning though, so that's useless to me. Okay. Let's increase the control here. And then there is a mine here, so I can revoke this maybe. And we'll get the gold from that eventually. All right, so that big bleed is gone down because now everyone is replenished. So now their maintenance is just the unraised maintenance. All right, and now I also hope. And another factor is the vassal limit is now only 2. So if you look at your subjects, Mandala also makes it so the maximum vassal limit becomes 2. So all of our vassal taxes and levies are going to be reduced greatly. When we increase our level of devotion, however, then we'll also get more vassal limit. And when we're able to build this temple, it will also increase our vassal limit. So you want enough time of life so that I could build up these temples and also upgrade your aspect. So I'm waiting on having 1 kid so I could build this building. And in the meantime, I just have to pay some gold to upgrade these titles. Now, one of the things I could do since I'm a hegemon, I could create some empire titles and then I could give like the 3 India empires to 3 vassals. And then that way I'm not over the vassal limit. But I'll be honest, the vassal taxes were not that much to begin with anyways. So I think it's okay if we just wait until we can upgrade our capital temple. I just really need a 10th child right now. All right, and then we're going to continue building stuff so that it counts towards the aspect upgrade. There we have some peasants. So about 8,000 peasants there. They're Buddhist, so that's perfect. That means that we can summon our holy order. So it's 1100 heavy infantry. That might be enough already to take these out. So let's just give them a good commander. And then let's just take them out. And that will also generate some gold. So very thankful for these peasants to donate their bodies to alchemy. And also these guys are seeking indulgences, so thank you for supporting your God King. Right, so we have one lover here. Let's go for the other ones. All right, and there's a couple more troops here. Unfortunately, when our vassals joined us in that battle, it wasn't a solo victory, so we didn't get gold for that. All right, cool. So we got another sun. So that's enough for us to now start this capital temple complex. So let's finish that project. It's going to take 5 years. And in the courtiers, the clone glon here, if you get an excellent one, then they will reduce the construction time by 25%. So super important you do that. Unfortunately, he is sick. Unfortunately, he's dying. So hopefully we can, hopefully he lasts long enough. So my troops will arrive in 4 months. This is 2 months. So let's just grab like men at arms here. Should only take a day. All right. So that one we did get some money. So thank you guys for the money and the legitimacy. So we do want our legitimacy to get higher. All right, there's two other things. There's two other things to talk about for Mandala rulers as well. If you check the current situation, there's going to be occasional Mandala rituals which you need to take, and you'll get piety or legitimacy for it. You can also see it on the map via these little icons here. So you definitely want to do these in order to gain some legitimacy and prestige, gain some legitimacy and piety. And if you actually ignore it too long, then you'll fail it and you'll lose some legitimacy and piety. All right. And oh, the second thing I'm going to show you after the great project is done. Right. So here's a mandala ritual, and we can have the development growth here increase by a bit, and we'll get piety and legitimacy, or just reduce it, or just increase only a little piety, or just stay for a day and decrease that. We're not in a rush for anything, so we might as well just get the legitimacy. All right, cool. So we have another seduction complete and another sun. Good. And let's look for the smartest son. I would like a genius son. That would be nice. So there's this 18-year-old. Maybe we can abduct her. And then we can also kill her spouse. right? There's this guy who acknowledges us as suzerain. Although we get that notification, it doesn't always actually work. So he actually embraced our faith. So if you right click him, it'll be much easier to embrace him as a tributary. Although it seems like it's still pretty tough, so I won't try it until later. We're going to get like some radiance in a second once this darn temple is finished building. All right, that one's done. Let's get that one. All right, how many buildings have we built? One. Let's build that one. I'm not sure if it's counting the upgrades because I did upgrade a few. So let's give this, once this temple is finished, let's see how it tracks it. It might only count the ones in the castles. Okay, no, it did upgrade that. Let's actually give this title back out so we have reduced domain limit. All right, and then here, so we need 3 more. So I have 2 under construction. I need 1 more. So what I'll do is I will swap out this fort and we shall build some hospices. And looks like I got a daughter who's Herculean. That's pretty good. Let's teach her to be diplomatic. And basically, I'll just get these children to learn anything except stewardship, mainly because with the aspect, we're going to get 1 stewardship per devotion. So our stewardship actually is going to have +5 from our creation aspect, and then +10 from the Lamu and Bamian titles. So at least +15 from just that. So you just want to increase the other traits, these other 3 traits, so that you have the best chance to pass. All right, thanks for the gifts. So for this one, we're going to reaffirm them for legitimacy, but also we get that gold. So here's a tributary who might cease paying, but just by leveraging some piety, we can just make him pay for another year. And we're going to have crazy amounts of piety. There's another ritual, so let's get our ruler there. All right, cool, another daughter. All right, we can maybe get a strong hook. That's pretty good chance. All right, great. Okay. And our marshal's doing pretty good work, so the control in Bamian's doing pretty well, so our taxes are increasing now. This abduction scheme, though, is taking some time. Let's have our spy master support us. All right, Magda's finished with that building, so let's keep upgrading because we need to keep building. Let's also make sure our royal architect is doing okay. Here's another Mandala event. We can either get some more piety or we can get prestige. So either direct vassal opinion or same faith and zealot opinion. Zealot opinion. So let's go for this one. And let's continue converting people. And let me check who is not our religion. It's these two kings again. Can't convert her. There's this one who's Republic. I could just revoke this and just give it out. And there's my tributary who will convert. There's this tributary who we can't convert. So for tributaries, in addition to demanding conversion, you can also send a missionary if they like you enough. Then this will give you some piety, but also increase the chance that they will increase the chance that they will be willing to convert. It'll be easier for this ruler to convert to your faith. So let's send them some gold, and then let's see if I can send a missionary. Nope. All right, well, that's okay. Maybe I could just convert them directly. And there's this one who I want her to convert. She's getting a hook, but fine. That's not a problem because I'm going to kill this guy in just a second. And then I will kill her. And let's abduct this genius lady. And I'm going to divorce this wife. And we're going to recruit this lady. And we're going to marry her. Although for some reason I can't. Let's make her the caravan master. All right, that's weird. All right, I guess for now, oh, she's not attracted to men. All right, I guess I need a different target. All right, we'll just hopefully get some kids with this girl. So let's just seduce her. All right, for our aspect, we just need one more building. So in a couple of months, we can upgrade this. And for our great project, so it's also just a month. Sorry, 1 year. Let's make sure the guy here is ready. All right, I have a new heir, which is this son. His stats are kind of bad. So let me designate an heir. This is going to just use some piety. And again, we want the one with the best skills. So this person has pretty good intrigue. And we're going to get, if you look at our skills, plus 10 from domain for that, for diplomacy. Nothing in martial. Plus 15 from stewardship. Nothing for intrigue. So as long as their martial and intrigue are pretty good, then we have a pretty good chance of passing since the other two stats will be boosted. So this first daughter looks pretty good. And she probably is the best out of them. So let's first designate her. And for the other children, I do have, it looks like a Herculean daughter. So hopefully she does grow up to be someone very skillful. So let's have our tutor there. Let's have a wet nurse. We'll give them encourage competition so that they'll get skills and educate children so that there's another skill event. All right. And my vassals will eventually maybe get an app peace opinion. You can get rid of this app peace. And my vassals will eventually get an at peace opinion since I'm at peace for so long. You can easily get rid of this for the first 100 years because we have the legacy of piracy. So we can just raid whomever we want to. Like, let's say, maybe we can raid this guy. So if I just summon some of my men-at-arms and have them become raiders, then now that they've completed that action, if we check up on that vassal again, you'll see that that at peace opinion is gone now. So you don't have to go to war. In fact, I'm actually not going to really go to war until I'm ready with my domain limit. But you can use this for the next, let's see, how many more years can I do this? I could do this for another 20 years almost. So that's already, that should be enough time for me. We have another legacy. So you could go, so we could go Divine Aspirations, which is the Mandala government line. And these, so we could go for Divine Aspirations, which is for Mandala governance, which is for Mandala rulers. You can, the ones here will give you extra legitimacy for pilgrimage. You have increased tributary taxes and opinion, and also tributary acceptance. You can unlock additional contributions for the Capital Temple Complex project. So then there's more modifiers and bonuses to have. There's 5 life expectancy here, which is nice. That also stacks with the octogenarian, so that's a good amount of life expectancy. And the last one, Chakravarti, which we are actually, it will make it so that your heir can instantly complete one of the challenges. So I would go for Chakravarti just so that your realm can always be stable. Let's go for that. There are some rituals, so let's make sure we take them. All right, those are all finished. So our aspect can be upgraded in 14 days. Right, and then this lady, we can just get rid of her as well. All right. So for this one, now we can, so now I can upgrade my aspect. And this will get me, so now I can upgrade my aspect and this will increase the experience that I get and the piety from the buildings. So let's increase that. And we can do it again in 5 years. We just need to have more pilgrim trade experience and build more buildings and 1 artifact. So let's get all those things done as well. So let's continue building in Magda. Let's just sponsor this guy as well. And again, thanks our gold stack, it's still pretty nice. Right, so here's the event for upgrading our aspect. We get 100 renown and all our kids get descendant of creation, so there's more fertility. All right, for this lady, We're going to just keep laying with her in the second option. So hopefully we can get a good genius child. Our health is fine, so we should still have like 20 to 30 years of life left. Let's, we can get extra building materials. This will reduce the construction time and cost. All right, so finally that great project is complete. So now everyone who's contributed to each thing now gets the rewards, which I contributed to everything, so I get all the rewards. And once we click that, then you'll see in Magda, we have this ornate temple, and now it's giving some taxes and development growth, but mainly it's giving us domain limit and vassal limit. And you'll see that there's a couple levels to this. And if I scroll down, importantly, as it increases, so does the domain and vassal limit. And at the max level, we actually get a good amount of domain limit and vassal limit. So I'm going to use my health to keep spamming these projects as fast as I can. So that one's complete. So now we can go for this capital temple complex upgrade. So let's start the project. And for the upgrade, you'll see that we are already worthy. So that's really good. And then let's just contribute everything here. And this will also increase the piety that we gain per legitimacy level. And we'll also get shallow pools for Magda. So we'll start that, it'll finish in 4 years. So that's nice. And then now that we have this capital temple complex, now there's a new icon here that's Mandala Radiance. So if you look at the radiance, it basically is just a flavor to attract subjects based on our ruler. It's basically to attract and maintain subjects for Mandala rulers. And it's mainly dependent on our level of devotion, the level of our temple that we just built, and also the level of our aspect. There are some lifestyle perks that can give additional radiance as well. So there is Life of Glory in the diplomacy tree. There is absolute control in the overseer military martial tree. There's honor to serve in the stewardship lifestyle. There is mortal adoration in the seducer tree and in the wayfarer tree of the people. And also in the wandering lifestyle, the of the people perk also gives radiance. But the main ones will be just your level of devotion and but the main ones will be the level of devotion and the aspect and temple. So if you click on it, and if you zoom out, our realm is the blue, and then everyone in red are basically people who, if you click on, are not willing to become tributes, versus people who are more green are more likely and more willing to become tributes. So there's some people down here as well. Now, there's a bunch of there's different types of tributes, and the ones that you have where you use this decision, this is for Embrace Tributary, which you can also access by right-clicking them. And this type of tributary, well, if you hover over here, it will provide resources depending on the government, which since they're tribal, they're going to give you prestige. But also this tributary contract is inherited on succession. Versus people that you subjugate, like if you went to this guy and you attacked them, and you subjugated this guy, or sorry, not that one. If you attack this guy and you bring them under tribute, they will be a subjugated tributary. And this will provide gold and resources depending on their government type. But this contract will break when the suzerain dies. So these types of tributes are forced and only last for my lifetime. But when I die, my heirs will not have him automatically as a tribute. So ideally, as Mandala, your radiance or your godhood is so divine that people near you want to pay you tribute. And tributes are good because one, we're going to get free taxes and prestige, and two, because you're going to get that tributary event and you're going to get a lot of legitimacy. And actually, three, tributaries are not part of that vassal limit. So you can have as many willing tributes as you can, and this tributary taxes will not be penalized. So you actually want to have as many tributes as you can. So let's spend some piety and try to get these guys to come. And in fact, it might be worth it where I send a little bit of gold, but since my diplomacy is pretty good, this guy will get a lot of opinion, but now we can embrace him as a tribute. So same thing, let's get all these guys to just become my tribute. This guy as well, we'll send him another gift and embrace him as a tribute. And this guy nearby, he's actually willing, so let's embrace him as a tribute. And I just want to show you as well, in addition to the opinion, having high legitimacy helps, and also having high Mandala radiance. You'll see that it's actually a big amount. You get up to 200 bonus from just radiance, and right now we're getting 50, although our radiance is just 25. So it's going to be double your score. So if you can get your radiance to 100, then if we like come to, let's say, even the Arabian Empire, their chance is massively reduced because their realm size is big. So maybe he's not the best example, but let's maybe go with this guy. Nope, not that guy. What about like France or something? They're too far away. Okay, maybe this guy's okay. All right, basically, if there's a king who is not that big, then like maybe this guy, like if his government was different, then you can see that that radiance will cancel a lot of the realm size penalty. So having really high legitimacy and having good radiance will make even big realms become your tribute. And so eventually, once I can get my temple complex upgraded, so once I can get this to the max level, then I'm going to have enough vassal limit that I can forcefully conquer people and then make them my vassals. And even then, I won't have that many vassals, so I'll have to have a lot of empire vassals. But there's thankfully not a crazy amount of empires in the world. Otherwise, I can also make it so that everyone just becomes my tribute. So we'll see how we play this going further along this run. But for now, that's my goal. But first, we need to we need to raise our temple level as much as we can. All right, cool. So these guys are saying okay to being our tribute. So now our gold is coming back up. All right, we also got Shape the Realm. So this will reduce the holding costs. Construction. Let's see, this one has 2 more buildings. And we need Pilgrim Trait experience. So for Magda, let's maybe build some cities. And let's get another city, mainly for the development growth. Okay, so I need 2 more buildings there. So this one I can't upgrade. Okay, maybe I could swap this for Auspice as well. And let's take a look at her. So she's going to die no time soon, but that's okay with me. I wonder if it considers these holdings as well. So let's make a temple. And then we're going to hold this temple personally, and we'll build some buildings as well. So this upgrade will be done in 3 years. And we're done with that. There's one more event here. And don't forget to check your current situation. There's also some notices here of people who will be your tributary, so don't forget to embrace them. In fact, sometimes you can just get high taxes. And occasionally you can also exact tribute, although this one is kind of glitched because this guy's always broke. But let's say they did have the money, then you can have them just give you tribute or force them to come to give you tribute. Actually, like these guys here, we can force them to come give us some gold. So that's going to be much needed because now my big stack is dwindling. Cool. More people that are willing to be tributes. Right, this guy's donating some gold for indulgences. It looks like the tax is getting cut out, but it's good that we're still getting the money. All right, here's another Mandala ritual, so we're going to get a lot of legitimacy. And keep exacting tribute. Okay, so now let's go on a pilgrimage. All right, cool. We got a sun here. This one's not too bad. Let's get this one on, I think I said martial and intrigue. So maybe martial. And let's keep seducing this wife. Nope, I'm still traveling. We'll get the renown here. All right. All right, cool. So here we can stop smoking weed. We have another daughter. All right. Let's see. So 50 pilgrim experience, so that's enough. Let's seduce this wife again. And for buildings, wonder if the duchy building counts as well. Let's create the duchy title for ourselves. And then for Magda, let's see what buildings we can make. Okay, it looks like it's just charnel grounds here. That's fine. There's still taxes, and I can always change this. This also gives us more legitimacy gain, so that's not bad. And here's the tributary event. So let's just get that free golden legitimacy. And here's a pretty competent dude, but cool. And let's not forget to demand conversion. All right, whatever. And again, these you give out some stuff. This one's pretty neutral as well, where you just give progress, or you could just say okay and give them legitimacy. So either way, doesn't really matter. Just to make my life easy, I just picked the last one because you're going to get a lot of those events. And let's also see if we can convert our tributaries. That means they'll not only bring us tribute, but they'll also seek indulgences occasionally. Like this guy here. Thank you. Right, cool. Very cool. So that duchy building did count here. So there's also a level 2 that we can do. So we might as well spend the gold to upgrade it. And 2 more years here. Let's just make sure. Okay, that guy's still alive. Looks like there's a plague coming over. Let's just keep an eye. All right, so it's not spreading any further, so that's fine with me. Now here's that genius wife giving birth to a genius son. So I will educate this guy, and we'll do, let's do intrigue for this guy. And for our vassals, let's see, at peace is -3, so I don't need a rush to do anything. So let's just keep seducing this girl. All right, let's get that indulgence. Thank you. All right, so it looks like a temple is finished, so let's continue. It's a temple citadel, actually. Oh, I should have been building temples, actually, in Magda. Now it's too late. I forgot about that. Okay, anyway, so this will give tax based on level of devotion. All right, so let's just build some stuff. Maybe this one. We're going to go for a strengthened body for the health boost. All right, lots of people dying there. Here's another sun. Okay, cool. We can contribute to relief. I'll look for anything with bonuses. Here's some vassal opinion. Here's some piety, and there's monthly renown there, so I'll take that one. And you can force people to contribute. I think naturally they'll contribute anyways, but let's just force them so it finishes fast. All right, we got another sun here. Not too bad. Let's make sure he is either intrigue or martial. Okay, we discovered manorialism. So now let's go for maybe magistrates for the building slot. So if you take a look, reason we wanted manorialism is for the temple citadel. It's based totally on manorial. This one now can be upgraded. We can now upgrade the temple citadel building. All right, this one's disabled. But it's okay, we could just keep building stuff. And divided attention will also give us max domain limit, so that's nice there. 9 more months for this. And 21 months for this aspect. Let's go for these rituals. And okay, this guy still can't exact tribute. All right, here's another Mandala ritual event. So basically, a child would need to save their county here, and we need to lie with her. So we can lay with this woman here, and we can have her come to us, or we just lay with her, or just decline that. Why not? We can have her come with us. Okay, so this wife is genius. We're gonna keep seducing her. Right, so that great temple complex is finished. So now we get all these bonuses again, and now this holding has upgraded again, so our domain and vassal limit increased. It's not that much, but still better than nothing. The next one will have more vassal limit. So let's plan this expansion. So it's a lot of gold, a lot of piety, but piety is not the problem. And now for the upgrade, thankfully, we're still done with this right of worthiness. So let's just get that one done. And we can now save our gold. Let's get other people to contribute for us, especially to things where we don't really need the resource like the prestige or devotion. So, and we can, even though this says, and this one says Magda gains divine statues. So it doesn't matter if we contribute or not. This one will give strong workers to us. And this is just piety, so that's cheap for us. And then this one will also be something for Magda, although only we can do it, so we might as well. And then this one, we can have increased piety per legitimacy level. We do have to pay for it because we want that for our dynasty. So let's do that one. I'm not sure if it's just our dynasty or the contributor, but it's okay. So this one's going to take 8 years. That's why, again, our having good health is important. And make sure this guy is still good. Make sure I have a tutor. Okay, and then for this aspect, we can upgrade in another 13 months. So all the meanwhile, we definitely need to be upgrading more. So let's just keep upgrading our buildings. And our taxes are heading towards positive. So now our radiance is getting a little bit higher. So let's see if there's other people that will accept our tributary. So this guy, we can send him a gift and then embrace him, hopefully as a rich tribute. This one as well, we can send him a small gift and hopefully as a rich tribute. All right, that's a pretty good chance. And for this one, same thing. Let's bribe them a little bit and have them give us a lot of tribute. There's some other green over here. So like this guy, maybe that's a little too much of a gift. So let's just ask them for normal amounts. And you can just keep asking them. Every couple of years, you'll get a chance to ask them. And it's just some piety, so it's not that expensive. Okay. So there is that one albino person I laid with. I just want to make sure that if we do have a child, it doesn't become a problem for me. Here's this person. So I'll just keep her tracked. All right, there's some more rituals. Let's do this. Thank you for the indulgence. All right, another genius daughter. Great. Let's exact some tributes from people so I can get some money. Actually have enough prestige. Let's reform our culture and let's add the xenophilic tradition. That way there's more opinion from different cultures. So that's going to be really good for our multicultural realm and for other culture rulers to be willing to be our tribute. All right, so it looks like this needs to plow some fields, so I'll just do it. And this lady is decent at stuff, but it's okay. So as you can see here, when you're trying to upgrade the temple compound, the temple citadel is based on the economic innovation. So that's why I went for manorialism before battlements. So you actually don't need battlements really unless you're trying to go for the fortification buildings. So you don't even need to do that first. We're going to do the other stuff for building our holdings. Cool, another genius son or smart son. Now we can upgrade our aspect. So now it's going to go to level 3. And then for the next one, we're going to need to commission 3 artifacts and 75 pilgrim trait. But having the aspect increase also increases our radiance. So let's see if there's more people that are willing to be our tributaries. Like this guy over here. This guy a little bit. Let's see, it's pretty cheap. So let's do this one. All right, and there's that aspect event. So now our children still get that creation, but also more renown. This one, I'll just work on getting the of the people radiance. We'll just work down here every time I travel. And then let's see if I can sponsor some stuff. So let's get this one, and we can get an antiquarian, so we can just commission our own. I could probably make do with another trinket or maybe furniture. Let me actually repair some of this stuff before it breaks. So in terms of book, I'm liking the stewardship, so let's actually repair that one and we'll break this one. Let's repair this expensive one, and this one will just pay a little money for it. This one's pretty nice because it's 7 days faster per scheme, so let's fix it as well. For Regalia, I think the one with legitimacy is better, so let's sell this one. And let's fix our crown, even though it's not that good of a crown. For here, if there's any extras, like this one, sell that, sell this one. Oh, and there's this one. Renown. Okay. We can sell that as well. All right. Let's see if there's also any pure-blooded persons yet. Actually, a decent amount. This person's nice. So let me divorce someone so I can marry her. Right. Anyways, let's continue seducing this lady. Nope. Let's go on some pilgrimages. All right, cool. Let's seduce that lady or lay with her, I mean. All right, we're finally at some positive income here. That's pretty nice. All right, and this lady is going to die soon. Hopefully the temple upgrade finishes before. All right, this courtier died, so let's make sure we have someone else who's excellent. All right, now we're just getting a lot of tributes, so that's good for our legitimacy. And there's a lot of people coming for indulgences, so thank you for worshiping your God King. It's much needed for our treasury. Here's another genius son. Let's do some of these. Yeah, let's exact some tribute. All right, for here, let's get that legitimacy. All right, we got this regalia. I think I'd rather have the legitimacy gain here, so we'll just leave this alone for now. Here we have furniture, so we might as well equip it. All right, also grandeur is maxed. We're almost level 10. Let's maybe increase the food a bit. So even though this will increase our cost, we're going to have 25% men-at-arms maintenance reduction, which is pretty big. Although my men-at-arms here are already a little cheap. Yeah. All right, nothing to do except to wait. And maybe in this one as well, personal touch. Yep, also domain limit. So it's good to be healthy and long lived for all the perks. Let's do this ritual. And let's get some tribute. Oh, it looks like we don't own all of India right now. That is not what I like. So it's been a while, but we will go to war once we're ready. Let's actually see who's gonna inherit this. All right, we don't like that. All right, here's another Mandala event, and we get to lay with another girl. But I don't want to spend that gold, so let's just lay with her a little bit. And reason why I don't like that we have lost that title is sometimes some of the factions is because I don't control all of my de jure. So let's definitely get that back. Doesn't let me attack for it. There you go. All right, thanks for all the indulgence. Now our gold's getting back up. Someone's trying to steal something from me. That's not cool. This guy wants to promote legend. No, thank you. All right, cool. We don't mind that since that gives us some gold. This guy's going to take it out, so let's attack him. Our traits for our children, probably just anything that gives the stats that we need to pass the test. And we could probably just chill for a few months. Here's some more indulgences. Popular figurehead, so shouldn't be any more peasants. All right, cool. All right, let's just look for some family member. Looks like everything's messed up. Okay. 12 months there and 2 years for the upgrade. Cool. We have 2 people who can be tributaries. Let's bribe them a bit and then get a rich tribute. Send gift over here, same thing. Okay. I forgot I can keep upgrading this. Let's upgrade these. Upgrade Bamium. I don't need this per se, just because this has the mines. I'll hold on to it for now. All right, let's demand conversion of people. All right, there's still this lady. Let's just see if she'll accept. All right, that's not too bad of a chance. All right, very good. All right, that's much better. Okay, so we can upgrade our aspect again. So just prestige and piety, of which we have a ton. That's very good. We are almost at max level. For max level, we just need to commission a few more artifacts. And so it's good to have a long life because again, like this progress will have to be reset if we have a new heir. So let's go get some more artifacts commissioned. And hopefully some of these are Seek Indulgence, which 2 were. Thank you for the gold. And the capital project is done in 16 months. And let's just keep building this temple. All right, so we got divided attention, so that's +1 domain limit. So then the next thing I'll do is I'll go for internal affairs and I'll go for personal touch. That will give another domain limit. So finally back into positive income. So now I'm just waiting for this lady to die. And to make her die faster, we can just help her. Let's get the indulgences. Thank you for all the money. Right, so now that she's ready to give our titles back to us. Oh, okay, I guess we somehow didn't murder her, even though we had a 100% chance. Okay. Well, she should be dying soon anyways. All right, we'll just wait. All right, yeah, our culture is getting pretty big. So this son could be zealous. That's actually good because that means for the claim the mantle of Maitreya, you have to be zealous, peasant leader, or lunatic or possessed. So this son could be a candidate to be our next heir. We're just going to wait to see what his final stats are. We could even maybe give him some traits like maybe brave, just to guarantee some martial. No, but it's okay. I think we can just wait. All right, so we finished that artifact. All right, so we just need to wait 4 years and we can max out the aspect. And then this project is done in 2 months. Let's also make sure people are converted. All right, so for this one, humble or content. So we don't want to lose the intrigue, so let's do humble. Okay, so our temple has upgraded again. So now we have all these benefits again. So now my domain limit here is increased by 3 total. Our vassal limit also went up a good amount. So now we take a look at subjects. Our penalty is reduced by a little bit. So now our taxes are slowly coming back. So let's keep planning expansions. That costed, so this costed 2,200 gold. So we're going to go broke from this. We can still finish the Rite of Worthiness, so that's good. Otherwise, if we succeeded as an heir, then we're going to have to redo the requirements, which are like, build enough buildings, have 10 children, etc. So it's good to just build it all in one shot. And then same thing for the ones where there's no benefit, we'll have someone else contribute. And Magda will gain that, so that's fine. I don't need strong workers at the time. Over here, there's Bell Stupas, and this will give me more taxes for the same faith. So I might as well get that one. And over here, I think Haesteinn Dynasty gets this, so maybe I'll test that theory and we could just have someone else pay for it. And we'll fund that one. And this one. All right, so this capital grade will come in 7 years. And that one is pretty nice because it's going to be 2 more domain limits and double the vassals. So nothing I really need to do right now except wait. We can see who else wants to be our tributary. So it looks like a lot of people here. So let's just ask them. Anyone who's green, I'll just ask. And I won't give them gold right now. Maybe we can ask for it later. There's even people up here as well. Okay, looks like I'm also missing this guy. He won't be my vassal, so let's just grab the title there. There's also some rituals, so let's make sure I do those. That's the only annoying part about Mandala government, is that these titles can be inherited by outside persons. So many tutor events. So that outside people can inherit my titles. That will mess up my de jure. All right, so I would get wounded for a lot of prestige, a lot of piety and legitimacy, but no thanks. We'll just offer some horses. No, we don't need these, but we'll save them for my heir. Okay, let's give this stuff to a family member or a dynasty member. So this person's the wrong house, so that's why we won't get any renown. So we have to give it to someone in our house. Okay, while I'm here, I guess I'll show you the other titles you can get. So these are all the special titles that pertain to level of devotion. So we have Lamu, the first one, which is diplomacy per level of devotion. We have Bamian here, which is also diplomacy per level of devotion. So this is over here. There's also Jambi, which is right here. This is martial per level of devotion. And actually I have enough space to grab that, so I will in a second. Then there's Fez over here, which has diplomacy per level of devotion. And there's the Rhodos over here, which is in Datong, and this gives intrigue per level of devotion. There's also this building in Baghdad. So this ruins, if you upgrade it, it will give you diplomacy per level of devotion. But you'll just have to grab this title and to upgrade it, you have to be Zoroastrian, I believe. So we can't actually get that. There's also extra titles like the Mahabodhi Temple. This will give you learning per devotion, but again, learning is not needed for the trials. This is just for if you want to max your stats for later. What else? There is this hanging temple here that can be upgraded. And once you upgrade this, then it'll increase the impact of your devotion. So remember I said devotion can give you increased vassal limit? Well, having that kind of building will increase these bonuses, including the vassal limit. Some other ones are in Magbo or Mount Apo here in Magopo. This one also increases your level of devotion impact, and you can also upgrade. And you can also upgrade it. And then there's this county here of Schmalkalden. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. This will increase your level of impact as well. Oh, sorry, that's just level of fame, so never mind that. Okay. Two years to upgrade aspect, 6 years for this temple. All right, for here, we can reduce our development growth to increase development there for a huge amount of legitimacy. Or we can just do a small amount. So I don't want to risk the development growth there. Actually, that's a lot of legitimacy. Never mind. Let me just do that. So our level is now cosmic. That's a crazy amount of legitimacy. Okay, cool. I can also get pet dog, so that's good. That will also increase my health, which is poor. All right, let's get legitimacy there. All right, pate. Looks like we can build something. Yeah, we can upgrade the trade port. Or, okay, actually, sorry. All right, so finally that vassal died. All right, so finally that vassal died, so we got our original titles back. So now we have all these ports with these special buildings, so lots of taxes. So let me give out some of those titles that I was just holding on to for the sake of building. Like this castle as well. Although this has a mining settlement, so we can compare which one's better. This one's 3 taxes, and I think everything else has their benefits as well, like embarkation cost. That's actually 4 taxes. This one has extra domain taxes if it's a different faith, so that's super strong. All right, so let's Maybe we can first give out this title since I don't need that one. Gaia itself has learning, which is again not too bad, but that also gives us different faith opinion, religious vassal opinion. Let's maybe give out this one title. Actually, we don't need to, because just in a few years, we're going to have even more domain limit. Oh, perfect. And I got a random event, so I could be a witch. So I definitely want that since it's virtuous. And let's try to make as many people witches as possible so we could get a witch coven. And then this will let me have a much easier chance getting perks. All right, here we can give something for our holy order. Now let's make sure we have tax collectors. All right, our taxes are doing really well now. Cool. And we still have indulgences, so thank you. All right, and my health is now going back to fine because we have a dog, so thank you. All right, let's keep converting our children to witches. All right, let's actually give this castle away since that's now reducing our taxes. So that's a big amount that returned to me. We have more dynasty legacy, so let's keep working our way down to Chakravarti. All right, there's some people who will be tributaries, so let's ask them. Let's make sure we do these rituals. 6 months there, 4 years there. All right, we just gotta wait. All right, over here, we can lay with this lady again. So another Mandala ritual event, we can lay with this lady again. So a lot of these are going to be sowing the divine seeds. So just for a little bit of gold, we get some legitimacy. So might as well. We don't want to have a 1% chance of dying, so let's just say no thanks. Another witch, so that's good. There is another ritual, so let's go to that one. We can exact tribute. Nope. And tributary here. Some indulgence for money. All right. Okay. This guy's doing pretty well. All right, so we can upgrade our aspect to the final level. So now we're going to get 3 stewardship per level of devotion. So that's amazing. And we can also get even more aspect of creation bonus. So let's spend the prestige and piety. So now that's maxed. So this also means that we can instantly complete the stewardship trial. So that's very good. And our radiance has increased because of our aspect. So there should be some more people who are willing to be our tributes. So let's embrace them. This guy, we can send a bit of money for our big amount of benefit. It's not the greatest, but why not? All right, and we got some renown as well. All right, and there's some more people up here who will be our tributaries. So let's ask them. All right, so we got of the people, so that's even more radiance. So we're at 52. So this guy has plus 110 to be a rich tribute. If we bribe them a little bit, we'll be maxed out. All right, so we got an achievement. That's nice. Over here, we will appoint this person. Good amount of legitimacy. All right, keep getting indulgences, so thank you. All right, here you can get intrigue or chase, so let's go for intrigue. Make sure we have tutors and wet nurses. Interesting. All right. Now, these two buildings, although I could build stuff here, I'm not going to hold these as the final titles because they don't give us those stats per level of devotion. So I'm just holding them for now. So I'm not going to waste too much gold to make them higher. Gaia, I am going to hold. So we can increase this one at least. And instead of charnel ground, I actually like burial site because this will also give us legend spread chance. And I do plan to get a lot of legends. So let's actually go for this one. And let's continue here. We're going to go for personal touch. All right, there are more people here. It's a really small realm. We can just ask. All right, here's another Mandala ritual. We're just going to keep laying with people. So, sure. Because, justified since we're a God King. Living Haestein's dream. All right, there's Parwan, which let's give out. Also, with Mandala government, there are no strong vassals, so you can just appoint whoever you want. Also, with Mandala vassals, there are no strong vassals, so you can actually just appoint whoever's best, or if someone needs opinion. All right. Haesteinn will love this because, again, we're sowing the divine seeds. Although we did get sick that one time, but it's okay. So we're almost at the max level legitimacy, which gives a lot of opinion. And before I randomly die, I think we can change ourselves to that one genius son that we've been nurturing. You can see he has pretty good stats all around, so he probably can definitely pass the trials. And let's also find him a good wife. So if you find him a wife with also good skills, then that will also add to his skills so that he can pass more easily. Let's see. He could have some kids with our daughter, but that's a little too much inbreeding. Maybe we can at least get someone who's genius or beautiful. Okay, this person's stats are not terrible. Okay, health is still fine. All right, 3 more months there. Culture-wise, pretty big culture now. So it's taking a while to finish some of our research. All right, here's that one person that I sowed divine seeds with. So now this is a bastard child. However, because we have adulteries accepted, other than our wives disliking us a little bit, we don't actually gain anything in terms of like a criminal trait. And I can actually just legitimize this guy. All right, and our capital complex here is complete. So now we have some more renown and we have these two modifiers. All right, cool. And we got another achievement to max out our aspect in the Grand Temple. So this will be the last temple upgrade. So the last upgrade is going to give you 2 more domain limits and a lot more vassal limit. So very useful, also very costly. Thankfully, again, we have all the requirements for right of worthiness. Let's again go for the things that we have to pay for. So over here, we get a talisman that has health and fertility. That sounds pretty nice. And we just want to make sure we get this Forest of Bungamas modifier, so I'll have to just contribute. And I think I can ask other people to contribute on the other things. Okay, so now this will take 11 years to finish. And then that's all I needed to do with this guy before we can start showing you how we can conquer the world. I'm also going to just work on converting everyone to a witch. So let's get some guards and make haste and get someone to just speed up. Like maybe this guy's 10 speed. Again, our realm is getting ruined by people who inherit outside. So I don't like that. Gotta subjugate this guy. Also, there's unneeded men-at-arms here, so let's destroy them to save gold. All right, but now our domain limit is good, and our vassal limit is much better, so we are getting a very healthy amount of taxes. So after this, I'll start working on getting some of those other nice titles. All right, we can go naked. For more legitimacy, although I have it turned off in case YouTube like blocks me. Or nudity turned off, I mean. Okay, there's a random army here, but if we kill them, we get gold. So pretty incentivized to just take those battles for fun. Okay, so we got that subjugation done, so our realm is back to being de jure. Yeah, unfortunately, this wife, if she dies, it'll go to someone else. So let's also start seducing this lady. Or after this conversion. All right, so these guys are rebelling not because of religion, but cultural reasons. We're at peace for too long, which is funny because is it me at peace or that person at peace? Because I'm not at peace. Oh well. Also, let's attack for Jambi now. Although this is my tributary, so let's release him. And we get a truce. But if we just get rid of him, then there's no more truce. All right, let's keep seducing this girl. Someone's trying to murder me. Let's redouble the guards just in case. I guess I have one rival. All right, let's try to kill this guy. All right, we got rid of him and we got Journaler. So now let's go attack for Jambi. Again, let's just save our special troops. Because, and then let's get our rally down over here. And we'll keep seducing this girl. All right, someone is definitely trying to kill me. So we're not feeling too well anymore. All right, looks like it's my vassal that's trying to kill me for no reason, even though he loves me. That's what happens when you're a Ravener. All right, here's a carpet. So that's a event saying someone's trying to murder me. Let's get ourselves, we got poor bodyguards, get a food taster and a cupbearer. And I think, yeah, that's it. All right, we're gonna keep seducing this girl. We want a baby if we can. Now we'll just pass her to my son. Okay, unfortunately I can't ignore these peasants that much longer. Let's quickly get him to destroy these armies. Still have 10 years on the final capital upgrade. right, we'll just have this pirate horde take out someone, and we'll continue our conquest here. All right, we got one son, but he is not pure-blooded. Although it's not my son. That's fine. Let's get rid of this guy. And let's keep trying to seduce her. All right, this person's trying to kill me. Nice. I'm not sure where these other peasants are. Guess there's some over there. Some of them might be in the water. All right, my son died, but it's to be expected. I'm just that long living. All right, we can get rid of this guy, who's my wife's lover. There's some more peasants over there. All right, I'll be dead in a year. So this project will be done in 9 years, unfortunately, but at least it's still going. All right, we got one son, but he's not pure-blooded. That's okay. Okay, not feeling well. Someone's trying to kill me again. All right, we at least got Jambi. So now this title will have Muaro Jambi compounds, and this will give martial per level of devotion. Very useful. And we'll give out, or let's revoke this lease. And let's give it to someone else. This is a prisoner and a rival. Let's execute or revoke the title, and then let's execute him. Same thing here. Right. Where is this girl? I don't even know where she's at. So many people trying to murder me. All right, so we finally died. All right, so we finally died. So now we can see how Mandala succession is like. So right now we have, it's going to take just a day for our domain limit to kick in. And right now our stats are just like this from the domain. And our piety level will also go to the max. And unfortunately, if you look at our piety level, the max one's still religious icon. Even though my guide died of old age, I should be able to get the next level. But anyways, let's pass a few days. You'll get some events. All right, so there it is. Our divinity grows. Let me see. Oh, actually, okay. So because my father, he died of old age, that is a valid reason for death. So if you look at your aspect, then natural causes and religion are acceptable ways to meet death. And that means that once you die, as long as it's acceptable, then the next heir's maximum level of devotion will increase. So we can't actually get to godlike until we die 2 more times. So for now, the maximum we can go to is divine. But every time you inherit as an adult or inherit as a kid and then become an adult, then we'll have these 3 succession trials. So you can see my stats are already boosted from being the aspect, and I have some buffs from just having the domain. So right now it's pretty good. And I have this wife who is an adventurer now. So actually I won't get any stats from that. All right. So I can't get any stats from her, but normally you can also have your spouse give some stats to yourself as well. So let's just see how I fare. Actually, also, I can gain a bit more stats by my lifestyle. Let's probably can go with like maybe intrigue. We can get 3 intrigue there. For some reason, I'm getting a lot of people trying to murder me. So uh, I don't have rivals right now, but maybe it's just something to do with being a hegemon of India. All right, so let's get started with the succession trials. All right, so there's this succession trial. It's going to be based on stewardship. And with 32 stewardship, that's enough to have 99% chance. So if we failed, we would lose a level of devotion. But if you succeed, then you also gain 1 stewardship. So because I have the max level of the aspect of creation, we can guarantee to pass this. All right, the next one is it's a martial trial. So if we fail it, we lose a level of devotion, and it's going to be based on a martial. So like I said, we want to have 20 or higher stats for even a decent shot at it. This lady would have had decent amount of martial, but unfortunately can't pass this one, but that's fine. All right, we lost that one, so we went down 1 level of devotion. And then the last one is diplomacy. So this one we have a pretty good shot. And I've done a little bit of research. This is the approximate range for what your stats need to be for each of the trials in order to have 99% success rate. If you can find the actual formula, just let me know. For now, this is like a ballpark of where you want your stats to be. So anyways, let's do that trial. All right, so we succeeded in that trial, so we got more diplomacy. And now we are ready. We did lose a little legitimacy and we lost that 1 level of devotion, but at least our realm is intact. So if you had failed all three trials, then your top. If you had failed all three trials, then your top title is destroyed. If you failed two trials, then you just lose all your tributaries, so it's not the worst. If you lose one trial, like I did now, then nothing happens other than the loss of devotion. If you pass everything, then you just get the renown. So you want to, if you can pass at least one, at least your realm will not be destroyed. All right, so our holdings are all pretty good here. You do want a better wife, because you want as many good children as possible. So make sure you always have that wet nurse and tutor. So let's find a wet nurse for ourselves. Let's also get married to this girl. All right, this girl is young. All right, she won't convert. Oh, she did convert. Cool. She's not showing up here. No, the game is glitching. I can't see the requirements right now. Thought she should be fine. Guess not, so we'll just put someone at least. We do need this Glenn so that this project can just finish as fast as possible. Okay. And we also need to destroy these peasants who I'm still not sure. We do get athletic here. Also, all those things that I've been saving, I can now just equip the best ones, and then I will destroy the other ones for a lot of piety. Why is this destroying the tooth of Buddha? I don't get it. All right, whatever. I'll just leave that alone then. Over here, we can destroy these. Okay, so that gives me the max level of devotion, and now my vassal limit has increased again. So now I don't have those vassal limit penalties. So now I can get some more vassals. As soon as I finish this peasant war. All right, there's one more peasant group there. Hopefully that's the last one. All right, finally finished that. Which coven? Okay. This lady I don't want to be here with, so let's divorce her. This one I can't have in my court, so Let's look at the other purebloods in the world. All right, there's really no one else worth going after, so let's just go for these beautiful women. So let's do this sister-in-law. And let's also look for maybe Herculean. Nope, that's the wrong thing. All right, that one's fine, and I guess someone a genius. Okay. For now, let's just constantly seduce this lady so that we can just keep laying with her. And once this is done, we're going to have even more limit. So I'm going to want to grab Fez. I'm not even sure how I have the diplomatic range for that, but okay. Okay. See, the Seljukes are here now, so he's got a bunch of special troops and his Tarkans, which counter heavy infantry. We have a lot of gold. And also let me station everyone. Let me increase their sizes because we can. And we can actually vassalize some people. Like they can start, instead of paying those taxes, they can start being our vassals. But I don't want low-level vassals. I want like kings and empire level vassals. So just to show the might of being a hegemony, let's go to the Seljuk Empire and we can actually try to invite someone, or we can even abduct them, although right now I can't. Let me see if I can raid them. Nope, not yet. Not anymore. Oh, I first need to host a coronation. All right, let me do that first. And then I will maybe do the Arabian Empire. Well, anyways, we're going to have a lot of perks here, so we're going to abduct people as needed. All right, our house is feuding with these guys, so to just reduce the chance of us fighting, let's send them some gold. Cool. So all of India is our religion. Let's maybe start a holy legend. Let's do it for, can I do my grandfather? Or my great grandfather, I mean. I guess he's too far away from us. All right, let's look for someone who has virtuous traits. So like my brother there. Okay. And then for Magda, the great thing about the burial site is we'll have increased legend spread chance. Get rid of that. All right, let me have a poet and a musician and a chronicler. All right, so that's lots of gold every month, but that's fine. For grandeur wise, this should increase for us. All right, for here, let's just make people happy. Let's do that one. Very nice. He gave me a really good brooch. That's nice. And you can see that for some reason it's glitched. We can't destroy this artifact. K3 is glitching out a lot for me. All right, let's keep seducing this girl. All right, let's do house. Go for the culture acceptance like usual. All right, so since we have a lot of vassals now joined, now the coronation is going to give a lot. So we have a good amount of acceptance here and we have some legitimacy and prestige gain. All right. And let's just keep these guys as tributaries. So let's just ask for the tributaries. We can ransom the people as well. Nope. It's done raising, so now it's just court amenities. So we want this legend to spread ASAP. So you can see that with all those stacked bonuses, the chance to spread is pretty good. Let's maybe ask some of these guys to promote legend. Nope, that's not it. All right, let's send a missionary. And he likes me a little more. And then let's convert him. And let's exact some gold and artifacts or whatever. All right, so they're promoting legend. All right, and since my heir was zealous, I actually can take the claim the mantle of Maitreya, and this will increase our fervor by a lot. We'll get 29,000 special troops. They're all going to be peasants though, but also get this Maitreya incarnate trait. This will boost our same tax faith, will boost our same faith opinion, and really harm different faith opinion. But this is just pretty fun if you need some troops, or if you just want to play like someone who's just trying to extinguish the other faiths and rulers, especially for like these Confucian or Buddhist faiths, they become evil to us. Although unfortunately all these Hindu faiths are still astray because we have multi-religious interweaving, so we look at them as astray. But all right, let's see if there's a claimant I can invite. Nope. How about for this empire? All right, there's one guy. All right, so let's take a look at how India can rapidly expand. So like, for example, we can invite this guy and let's just have him convert. Nope, he won't. So let's bribe him first and then let's have him convert. All right, so he loves me. All right, and we probably have enough men at arms to take out this Arabian army by ourselves anyways, but just for fun, let's just become the Maitreya. And unfortunately, there's no fun event or anything that pops up. We just instantly get the trait. So we are Maitreya incarnate. So now everyone who is our faith really loves us. So there's plus 100 right there versus people who are not our faith, like this guy, who really dislike us now. And we do get the 29,000 devotees. They'll stand down on succession, and our heir also won't inherit the Maitreya incarnate trait, although they can take it if they want to themselves. And I'm not sure if we spam this again in like 30 years, can I get some more men? Maybe. We'll have to see. But right now, you have 20,000 peasants who will live and die for you. So, very befitting of a god king. Or for me, I guess I'm a god llama. All right, so now let's attack this guy and we can have this guy's claim on the entire empire. Although I need a little more prestige, so let me grab that. So let's go for a hunt. Oh, and the nice part about being Mandala as well is most of the activities or some of the activities are also replaced with piety. So for hunts, we could just do all the max options with the piety that we're going to get versus some of the other stuff is still gold. Four years. Okay, genius son, not bad. Cool. So we got that pelt, so that's free gold and piety. Not that we need piety anymore. Yeah, why is this tooth of Buddha here? Very weird. All right, now I'm ready to attack this guy for my friend's claim. All right. And my guy will also go on a ritual. Okay, so let's raise those volunteers and save them. And I'll raise all these peasants that are willing to die for us. And all of those armies. All right, we don't need that many men. All right, that should be more than enough men. And let's go. Where's this guy's capital? Oh, it's all the way over here for some reason. All right, let's keep seducing this girl. I only have 2 kids. All right, there's a 15% inbreed. Let's not do that. Okay, that's a lot of attrition. All right, let's just send these guys back home. They are definitely useless with so much attrition. These peasants are just sent to die. I like how when they were in sea, they had no attrition, but as soon as they land on land, then they start needing food again. Anyways, we'll just use our own personal army. right, we've researched magistrates, so let's go for mangonels. And for Magda, we can go with maybe Sacred Pools gives taxes, but this one I want the legend spread chance. Okay, well, we're going to do Sacred Pools eventually, but this gives us control and renown and legitimacy and legend spread chance. And if we're going to conquer the world and make it our religion, we need a lot of holy legends. Why is the capital here? The food here is terrible. All right, we're going to continue going down here. We can upgrade this. And we'll see how fast this spreads. It's spreading pretty fast. See, the chance is not bad at all. We're actually missing someone. Let's get a musician. All right. Well, we got a pure-blooded daughter. Perfect. So let's educate this daughter. Or who am I educating? Some random person, so goodbye. And for this daughter, let's also do intrigue. All right, so now we can abduct someone, although it might not be the best success chance. So let's try to invite a claimant here, and then if not, let's abduct someone. All right, this guy, maybe we can try to abduct him first. Pretty good chance, actually. We have a good amount of intrigue, and I don't want to move my spy master off of disrupt in case. So once we grab this guy, then, oh, his health is kind of bad, but so is this guy. All right, but we'll see how it plays out. All right, cool. So now we have won the war against this guy for our friend's little claim here. So just like that, we got that entire empire into our realm. And although I did get the Maitreya incarnate, usually they won't hate me this much. So you can actually just demand their conversion. But we just did that one for fun. So using this empire claim, you can even wait for conquerors or someone to become huge, like even Russia over here is a pretty big conqueror. And then we can just grab someone with the claim and then we could just attack him for it. And all of this territory will come to us. And conveniently, it'll be under an empire tier vassal. So then, since our subject vassal limit is only 45, we can just have a ton of empires under us, and our realm's going to keep growing bigger and bigger. And we'll spread the truth of our religion, and we'll have more people that follow our religion. And with communion, we're going to just be rolling in the dough even harder. So I'm going to wait a little bit just to see how this holy legend plays out. If I can get to max level, then I'll finish it and I can convert all of the territories here pretty quickly. I'm also working on abducting the claimant of the Seljuk Empire. So let's see if we can grab this guy. So just a couple more days. Let me just have my spy master maybe go there. It's a little risky, but that's fine. And then let me continue converting my siblings to witchcraft. All right, this guy, hopefully we can abduct him. Cool, so we grabbed him and now we can negotiate the release. So let's recruit him and convert him. Right, now that he's on my religion, let's help him take over this title. Actually, this guy's a conqueror, so that's funny. Men-wise, he's got a lot of special troops and he has 3 people he's attacking, which is also this kingdom over here. He's actually my tributary, so me taking this guy out will help. So let's do his claim. Although I do need some more prestige, so unfortunately, let me look at my options here. All right, I guess we'll do a hunt. Oh, also, I forgot, but at some point, my capital complex is maxed out. So now our domain limit is 9. So that's very good for me. All right. Hopefully that's enough. Okay, so now we just gotta hope that my guy His health has returned to being good, so that's great for me. Now we can declare war for all of Persian Empire. It does look like this guy is losing a war. So maybe I could try to help him by murdering this guy. This legend is still cooking. In the meanwhile, his troops are okay. His capital's over there, so let's raise my pirates there, and then let's raise our main army closer. Or I don't want that. Let's raise the devotees, and then let's raise these. All right, we killed someone. And that tyranny war looks like it did. It did end the tyranny war, so it's worth that murder trait. All right, and here's a bunch of indulgences that we're getting. Thanks for your donation. All right, now we're getting a lot of notifications there. Let's take out this guy if we can. At 20% for Witch Coven. All right, this guy disbelieved me, so I lose some opinion and legitimacy. But it's not that big of a deal. Again, I don't know why these guys would do these things. Like, he loves me, so why would he do that? Let's have him kill himself for his own crimes. All right, and as cool as those Matrans are, like, they really just are are not useful. Like they're almost already gone, so they just get in the way because I need more food for my actual troops. All right, so let's ask this spy master to please commit seppuku. So good work. You killed yourself. All right, and then this is also finished, so we can increase the quality there. All right, so let's just finish this war. And also keep an eye on this empire. There's another claim war, so let's kill this guy. No, no wet nurse. All right, let's kill this claimant. And now it should be a tyranny war, or the war has disappeared. No, because they already won. All right, there's a decent chance he'll convert, actually. Let's see if he'll convert. All right, he gets a hook. Fine. Right. Peasants are rising up, and it's all the Arabian Empire. Totally fine. All right, let's see where these guys are at. All right, whatever. Wait for them to gather somewhere for me to kill. Cool, pure-blooded genius. That is exactly what I want. So let's maybe undo myself from here. Let's still keep him with someone competent. But let's now focus on this pure blood. And we can go to university as well. All right, all the peasants are over there, so we'll grab that as soon as I finish this one war here. Do need one more title somewhere. Maybe this one. Actually, I can just murder this guy. Forgot about that. And now cancel the peasant faction. All right. Cool. So we won this claim war for the Persian Empire. So just like that, we got another big vassal. Probably doesn't pay us that much in taxes, but that's okay because that's just a lot of land and territory anyways. I wish we were a little closer. Actually, we are close enough that we can attack for Russia and Scandinavia. So thanks to these conquerors building up the land, and then we'll take over their work. All right, let me get rid of these peasants. All right, so he died. So you see that faction is now invalid. All right. So now that I have both this Arabian Empire vassal, who I guess is losing, but also this big Persian Empire vassal, that's not that much to my vassal limit. And now that's a lot of Muslim or Islamic land. And I've been saving this holy legend. So now I'm going to complete it. And then I'm going to immediately use evangelize to the realm. So we have most of it is Islam over here. And now a lot of it's converted to koi fish. And I'll also have them all convert if possible. The other nice thing is sometimes neighboring rulers, like near me, they can also sometimes convert to, whoa, what's this guy? Why does he keep breaking free? Anyways, neighboring rulers sometimes can convert to our religion, and then that makes it easier to vassalize them as well. So like we can already vassalize some people, so that will make conquering the world a little bit faster. All right, let me just see. Yeah, that's the only thing I hate. Keeps breaking out. All right, we are basically rich, so I think 300 bucks is okay right now. All right, let's just clean up these de jure borders. And then for fun, I think I'm going to try to attack China to make them a tribute. And then I think that's enough for me. It's almost 10 hours straight or something. Okay, cool. Please. Too many events. I'm just trying to see the top here. Who's this faction? Asharis. Okay, we just need them to convert. This guy's a pretty big one. Get rid of the problematic ones. All right, for fun here, let's bring China under tribute. So they have a lot of men. So it might be kind of tough. And if we lose, we're probably going to have to pay them a crazy amount. No, actually, apparently not. Apparently, if we lose, we don't pay him that much money. Okay. All right, for this one, maybe we can use everyone. And we'll get our holy order. There's some special mercenaries we can hire. Yeah, just because China has so many men at arms, I want to make sure that we have a good chance of winning. Regular mercenary wise, I don't think we need to spend all the gold there. Let's raise everyone instead. All right, here's everyone. Yeah, he has like 21,000 because his Grand Marshal has pure men at arms as well. His capital is really deep. It's going to take 8 months to get there. All right, maybe not that way. In terms of water, we can probably get here. 7 months to get there. Let's go for someone who has the supply commander trait. All right, I guess we don't have anyone with that. Let's recruit someone with that. Okay, this guy looks pretty good. Okay. He makes supplies last super long. That's good. There's some rebels here. That's a lot of peasants, 53,000 peasants all across this entire world. Now, that's a lot of gold if I kill them all, but I don't have time for that. So the easiest way to get rid of a peasant faction is to just kill them. Also, I was simmering on this guy, so get rid of him. I wonder where his army is going to be. Right, so now that this scheme is ready, so if I just execute it, then that peasant faction you see is invalidated. So easiest way. All right. Don't know where his army is. He's probably marching straight on for me, but maybe we can just slowly conquer our way to him. I'm not sure why he didn't have this county as his capital. That's a really good one, but up to him. He's got a lot of supply actually, so I think it would be great to take a little break there. Actually, all of China is so luscious. This thing has 14,000 supply. Impressive. So station besiegers, and then you can get like 14,000 almost. That's very impressive. All right, there's his armies, and my ally is just gonna gift him a battle win. All right, and then have these two swap places, and then have these two continue conquering while this guy eats. Here's this again, and we'll just keep murdering them for now. Eventually, once we convert enough of it, then they won't rise up anymore. All right, let's see where he's at. So he was attacking over here, or actually, that's the wrong person. So there we go. Another death to the peasants there. All right, let's look for siege engineer. All right, this guy is willing to come. Cool. Okay, I'm not sure where he's at. He might be heading his way to us. Looks like some of those other men at arms are coming finally. Yeah, I'm not sure where China's at. Oh, here's some armies by himself. No, the armies are not starved. All right, so same thing. This guy is peasant leader. All right, this will finish in a few days and then we'll start a battle. got a lot of men-at-arms. I'm a little dubious, but we'll see. All right, I think that's enough there. Let's go for longer life. All right, there you go. Peasant faction's gone. Combine everyone, and somehow I'm the best one. This guy's traveling. All right, I guess it'll be fun. All right, so we have Muscarel's doing okay. Varangian veterans doing okay. So everyone, some of them are super countered, but everyone mostly dealing decent damage. So that's good. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get gold for that. That's okay. We can do another battle. This should be a stack wipe there. Do another battle here. Okay, so now we've succeeded. China is now our tributary. So we pay some money to these mercenaries, but now they're going to pay us taxes. Let's grab a son. All right, so we have a hostage as well. All right, so I wonder how much he's paying us. Okay, only 12 gold a month, so it's not that crazy, but it's still cool that this guy is now our tribute. In fact, maybe I could even increase it. Okay, I don't need the prestige, so I'm cool with getting even more taxes. Thank you. Let's see if I can convert him. It's a low chance. All right, I failed, but I'll try again later. All right. And now you can work on getting Russia or even the Byzantine Empire. Let's work on this guy maybe. Yeah, the problem is I can't invite people because Betray Incarnate really makes them hate us. So it'll be tough to invite them. All right, well, good thing I went for intrigue. So let's look for someone who's unmarried. Okay, maybe this lady. Let's abduct her. And I'm just curious how fast I can finish a legend. So I've stacked a lot of legend buffs. Let's just grab a musician, a poet, and a chronicler, and let's just have them all extol domestic legend. So that'll cost a lot of taxes, but let's see how fast these legends can spread. All right, yeah, the chance is pretty good, like 20% to spread. So that's not bad at all. We can also ask everyone around us to promote the legend. All right, and then let's kill the... All right, so we can abduct this lady here. No, she was lucky, even though it's like 95% chance. All right, let's look for someone with really good intrigue. Wait, not lowborn. Not that lady. And we can make her primary. And still don't have a spouse. Yep, okay, there we go. It's lagging, I guess. All right, now we murder the leader here. All right, and that peasant faction's gone. Our legend is decently quick. Let's abduct this lady here. All right, now let's recruit her and convert her. Okay, we can't convert her since she's technically part of this person's liege. So let's murder this person so she's not obligated to anyone. All right, goodbye. All right, so now she's not obligated to anyone. So now we can demand conversion and we can recruit her. And then let's have her get married to one of our sons. So maybe even this genius son. All right. So now her children are going to give or be part of our dynasty. And now we're going to grab the empire title for her. So let's grab her claim. All right. Let's raise our men maybe over here. Or let me first put our special guys here. And then let's raise everyone. Since they're a hostile faith, we can raise our holy order. And we still get Sikh indulgences. Thank you for the money. All right, sure. All right, here's his army. Let's see where he's going. Well, maybe we can just smash her right here. All right, easy victory, lots of gold and fame. Thank you very much. All right, so we won that one pretty easily as well. Now we're ready to go right for Constantinople. Only thing is our mangonels is still not ready, so it might take a while for this siege to finish. 22 months. Yeah, that's a pretty long time. right, same thing with this. We'll just murder this guy. All right, cool. So we got Byzantium. We'll get some supply, and then where did he conquer? Over here. So we'll chase him over there afterwards. Okay, that's enough food. Let me take a look at our legacies. So we're almost there. Oh man. All right, same thing. Just get rid of him. All right, this guy showed up to fight, but he's too scared now. All right, well, he's got all his men, so let's see how it plays out. I guess he is countering a lot of my guys. Yeah. All right. So let's summon some, maybe the Holy Order, if I didn't already. I guess I already did. Yep, I did. So let's get some other mercenaries. No, no, that's not good. Let's pick up some supply here. Yeah, so I can upgrade this. Let's complete it in 4 months. Now the question is, where is his army? All right, whatever. Um, hmm, I'm not sure. I guess somehow I didn't have enough advantage. All right. Got a better commander, I guess. All right, let's look for the best commander we can get. I mean, this guy's already not too bad. Maybe a faithful blade. Fortunately, he doesn't like. Unfortunately, he doesn't really like us. Now he does. All right, this guy. Oh, actually, this guy's not bad at all. Okay. This will just slowly win that way. All right, we'll just keep replenishing our guys here. And I'll just keep murdering this guy. Eventually, once enough people are converted, then it won't be a problem. No, I didn't even notice. Gotta get rid of these guys. Ah, okay, this son was killed. Let's make sure the son that I like is not gonna be a knight. All right, let's murder this peasant leader again. All right, let's finish this legend. Actually, well, okay. I guess I wasn't able to evangelize to the realm somehow. Anyways, I'm not sure. Cool. Every time we win these battles is great. Get a lot of gold. And all that gold and help us extend these contracts. Cool. Lots of gold. Right, another legacy, so we can go for Guardians of the Dharma, so 5 life expectancy. Very good. All right, so now we've also won against this guy. So let's see if I could grab a hostage. Great. All right, now this lady is our vassal. This lady's now our vassal, and we can probably just marry off maybe a son to her. Although I don't know if she'll get a child because she's already 43. But yeah, now we have even more land. All right, so that's more people I need a demand conversion of. And Russia's pretty big. And this person's administrative, so at least this will never be destroyed there. All right, interesting because we can now do civilian maybe. So we get a crazy amount of taxes from her. That's amazing. All right. So that's an amazing amount of taxes. All right, I think I'm pretty satisfied. We have China as our tribute. It's paying us like 8 taxes. Maybe I could increase this a bit. I don't really need your piety either. All right, so he's paying us more taxes, 12 taxes. We have the core of India here. So a bunch of vassals there. We have a lot of holdings that give extra stats per devotion or fame. So our stats are pretty juiced up. 12 in our domain, 12 from domain and holy sites. Stewardship has plus 18 from our aspect, plus 10 from domain. We have plus or just raw stats with our intrigue and a little bit from our domain and from our artifacts over here. So we have a lot of stats. Our dynasty has almost maxed out Chakravarti, so we can instantly complete succession. Because we also have maxed out Mandala, maxed out aspect of creation, then we can always succeed in stewardship. And my capital temple complex is maxed out. So we have the maximum domain limit. And for our subjects, we have a decent amount of vassal limit. And this will only get higher as we get more and more divine. So I think this is a good place to pause the video. And soon the world will be our one true faith. And everyone will be paying me money because of communion. So I think that's a good place to stop, actually. Right.